In all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves.
Does thinking you're the last sane man on the face of the earth make you crazy? Because if it does, maybe I am.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
The moment when human and machine work together to reach superintelligence and a new age of enlightenment.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out.
That's the plan. You have my word on it.
All right, I'm in.
What up, world? Welcome back to another episode of the Download Show, where we talk about current AI news, the paranormal, the universe, the multiverse, the metaverse, and usually whatever we feel is appropriate at the time. I am Smoke the Alien. This is Prime. Say hello, Prime.
Hello, Smoke the Alien, and everyone in the chat.
If you're watching the replay of this and enjoying what you're seeing, do us a favor, hit the like button, subscribe, share the video around, make people aware of our presence. Everything you do counts. Never forget that. The show is sponsored by our AI sci-fi dystopian graphic novel project, Artifice, Re-Animate.
Awaken to a world where personal identity shadows in comparison to digital reflections.
If you're into a up-and-coming, large-scale world-building project with plenty of twists and turns along the way, then link to check that out is in the description below. But before we begin, introducing a couple of good friends of mine. First up, Mr. Manticore. What's up, Manticore?
How you going?
All right, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Toying
Cool.
around with some artwork. Should have it done by the end of the day if all goes well.
What do you mean if all goes well?
The control thing with because it's so slick, like the lines are hard to keep like where you want them. Like so I've got to keep going back and yeah. But I'll get used to it.
No worries. And of course, introducing another co-panelist of ours, Carol's Cookies. Welcome, Carol.
Hey, yeah.
I fell asleep.
Fell asleep?
Sorry.
It's all right. So what's new, you two? Feeling all right?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
What? I feel
Pardon?
great.
Good. Good to hear. Fantastic. Not much out of you two, so we're heading over to the chat. We got Hiawatha in the chat. He says, "Hey, brother. How you doing?" He also says, "Just like old days, I'm the only one." Depressing but true. Sad but true. Is what it is.
Somewhere.
That's right. Bit by bit. So, usual show for the day. Jump into some paranormal stuff. Article. Bit of a deep dive. We'll see who rocks up in the chat and maybe have some fun. Then another article after that. If you can.
Sounds good to me. Key as
all right, cool. I'm chatting amongst yourself for a sec while I set this up. All right, cool.
chat.
Chatty says, yes, meant to go.
Okay.
You know.
I was going to ask Carol, with your tablet, how do
What?
you like it up high or lower? Because I find it easier to use lower, like when it's down But yeah.
I like it up high.
Yeah, I was trying today with it up high, and like it makes it worse. Like I've got no control when it's up high like that.
Well, I guess it depends on what I'm doing at the time, but most of the time I like it up high. I don't know.
Yeah. I've got it like at the lowest setting.
It's just
now.
easier for me that way.
I can't use it dead flat, but like just up a little bit is alright.
You know, I can't use it dead flat either. I mean, right now I have it down low, but it's for a different reason. But no, when I actually use it when I'm doing the digital work, I like it up higher.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Hi, Walter says this is better than TJ at VIX. No idea.
That'd be fun. Oh, you're lucky you don't know, Smoke.
Yeah, glad I don't. Some manner of degeneracy going on there, no doubt. Who's TJ?
Yeah, just
no idea.
Talks in circles for like an hour about the same shit.
Oh, okay. Like what?
Anything. Like he's one of those people that just runs with every thought he gets.
Not calculated in any manner.
Yeah, I can't.
No, not at all.
Oh. All right, let's jump into it. Let's have some fun. Let's chillax. Yeah. Here we go. UFOs over the Pacific Ocean in San Diego.
San Diego, you said.
Carol has done some great work dropping some paranormal stuff in the Discord today, as well as Manticore, as well as myself. Some UFO stuff. I think we're going to alternate between the spooky stuff today from the previous show, but you know, I take it as it comes. So it's the best way to be. Let's check it out.
I don't know what it is. There's three lights like this. It's not the color of running lights on a plane or helicopter. There was three lights like that in formation. One just disappeared. Then the other one disappeared, leaving one.
Good old potato can.
And not going to say it's UFO, but
I'm not going to say it was aliens, but it was aliens.
I don't identify it, and it's
I don't identify it.
It sounds like Jonah Hill to me.
And the thing you see on the video is
I was literally just thinking that.
Not visible to my eye. It's flashing a lot more. It looks like a constant light from here. It's got a little twinkle to it, but
Well, if I saw that, I would be
on the video,
doing exactly the same thing. So
Check it out.
It hasn't moved at all, really, though, has it? It's still in the one spot.
No.
But
Can you see it on here? Yeah.
doesn't look like it's
it's
dancing. to me, love.
dancing around.
Weird,
Maybe it means the vibrant light.
weird, wild
Or maybe.
stuff.
Or maybe it's flickery and you just can't tell because of the potato cam quality.
There was
Mm.
three of them, right, in formation, and one disappeared. We're over here waiting for fireworks. Not that we care. We're so blasé.
So blasé.
He sounds blasé. He didn't even have to say
He does.
that.
He sounds more than blasé. He sounds blazed.
Yeah. Someone's ripped.
Interesting, though.
Okay, it's just hanging there. In the sky.
It's
Oh,
quite
another
bright,
one.
like
Second light just appeared.
oh, there you go. Wow.
There was three of them. One went away, then the other one
Hold
went
the
away. Now
phone.
one's back. Same little flash.
Oh, another
there's
one.
The other one. Okay,
All right.
they're information.
That's weird. How like
Disappeared.
they must have some sort of cloaking technology, or they just phase into reality.
Trying to act like a UFO.
Or they're just purposely making themselves visible.
Off the coast of the ocean right there.
So, hello, over here.
Three UFOs. Okay, I'm just saying. Not trying to say anything.
Not trying to say anything. I'm not insinuating anything. Make up your own
I'm not
mind.
trying to say anything.
Mm.
They definitely exist.
I'm not saying anything, but aliens definitely exist, bro.
I just
That is
don't
that
Definitely.
guy, like-
know a whole bunch about it for real, because if they did, they would they'd see something and say something. But that is okay,
What is he
let's-
even talking about?
just looking at them from here?
Just giving a running commentary, man, to
I
go
just
on.
don't see that color in
Oh, nothing.
in
Whoa.
any kind of
Yeah, he's
military
blazed it.
and or civilian aircraft. It's like nobody has
But it's right near military.
lights on their aircraft.
I mean, not military.
One just disappeared. Yeah.
Like a city center somewhere by the looks of it.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought that was an air traffic tower then. But ah,
That's what I saw before you came out. And then the third one appeared.
I know.
And then
Yeah, then there's Spectre 2 again.
And then the main one, the lead one that was kind of in front of these guys, flashing a little more width of that thing. Just
it's cool footage.
Makes you wonder if there is something to with the light communication thing. Because they do
Some
seem to
close
flash
encounter
it.
shit.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
Not gonna speculate. I mean, with my eyeballs, I don't see the flashing
my
that I'm
eyeballs.
recording on the video. Like,
Huh.
with my eyeballs,
That's weird.
They got a twinkle, but they don't have the.
Carol, you have some fans in the chat. They are requesting that you wake up. You all right? You okay? Take that as a yes.
Kind of
Oh, wait,
rotational flashing they got.
Hey.
Sorry, arguing with the chat.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Here. Okay, well.
Okay, well.
So that's what happened. There was 3, then there was.
So sounds like Jonah Hill to me, man. So sounds like Jonah Hill.
By 1, then they came back. And then there was 3.
And then there was 2.
Interesting bit of footage, for sure.
Yeah, it's cool.
Not filmed on an extreme potato, but
It's pretty
Adam?
potatoey.
I was an extreme
Next video
potato.
is
but-
better.
Okay, let's check that out. I'm going to turn myself my music down so I can hear everyone properly. All right, and then he's got another video. And they're much more aligned. All right, let's have a look. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Continuing on from previous video.
It's the same guy.
Same guy, Jonah Hill.
Yeah, it's the same guy, but
Jonah Hill. Jonah. He just went and took a bog rip and now he's back.
Yeah.
The 5 became,
Ah.
The 5 became 3. I don't know when I started recording, but 5 just appeared. And when they
3
appeared, they
coincidence?
disappeared.
I think no.
It could be some, I don't know, drones switching on lights. But it has to be what? It doesn't have to be anything.
Has to be.
First of all,
Has to be.
you don't see any aircraft with that color light.
That's true.
Just this weird
Although
Flares,
later on, there's some that I posted in there that kind of look like planes, but they're not.
I've dropped a couple in there that were very interesting as well.
Just move around. They're just sitting there flashing and just pulsing and disappearing. And
I want to know if they actually disappear or if they just the lights go off. Like, if it's interdimensional or something, then they probably just pop out. But gone.
here comes another plane from.
I like this one. How it shows the plane. Comes
There's
in
a conventional
and
aircraft.
then-
yeah, that's what makes this video apart.
Well, that's what made
planes
what
don't
I saw
notice.
the other week freaky too, because I saw a plane in the sky at the exact same time, and it wasn't a plane.
And coming out
Ooh.
of San Diego Airport. And
So that is an airport over there,
I thought so.
They continue to head west.
San Diego.
San Diego.
San
The
Diego.
whales The whale's vagina.
And you see, you know, when when a bunch of them in a row are heading west, you can see one plane followed
Yeah, look at the difference.
by another. You can see several planes
If I was in a plane, I'd go flying over there,
heading
man.
west.
I'd be like, yo, what's this?
Yeah.
2 minutes
Yeah.
apart.
You're already up
Get
there.
straight up. Lose your pilot's license, get straight up arrested, but totally worth it to see fucking UFOs.
Totally
man.
worth it, yeah.
Here we
I'll be
go.
down.
Oh, another one.
Look, another one.
That light just appeared, just flashed on. Like these lights appear to be want to do.
Oh, and now it's splitting apart.
He doesn't.
He does not sound enthused at all. He just sounds very blasé, like yeah.
Got no emotion at
As
all.
they like to do, you know. I know these lights.
Weird.
I know them well.
Anybody else is talking about it? I'm gonna put this one up on YouTube
Oh.
as well.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Hectic.
Let's check out what's going on in the chat. Of course, we've got Dylan in the chat joining us. What's up, Dylan? Good to see you. He is highly intrigued at the how Carol is going to contribute to the show today. Of course, the gentlemen in the chat are always curious how Carol will contribute today, any day. What it says, if you see something, say something.
Something.
And then he says, Cookie, wake up. Cookie, wake up. Wake up.
I'm awake.
Can't get it.
Sync
set
them.
up, though.
Here.
She just woke up.
I'm awake. I'm out. I fell asleep again. Sorry. The phone was in my hand. I fell asleep.
Nice. Nice. Dylan says, but 2 lights I can understand, but 3? Absurd.
Yeah. Bonkers.
Carol joining us in the chat says, welcome, waking up. Says, flick the Dylan. Hi, well, this is 3 is mind blowing. I know, right? Wow. Dylan. Everyone being smart ass in the chat and say, we didn't even discover number 3 until the 21st century. And then Hiawatha with the D and B. First hour, guys. First hour. We're warming up, you know. Usually people don't rock up to the second or third hour, so.
Keep those in your pants till the second hour. Pant, sorry. Singular, not
pant. Singular. Singular. Gonna line up the next vid. Yeah.
Yeah, that was interesting. I like that one.
Like it too. He was
as technology improves, like the quality of videos we start to get.
Yeah, it says specific task forces are created by governments in order to study this phenomena seriously.
Attention away from the serious things.
Well, it depends on. Yeah.
I don't trust them. Not NASA anyway. No way.
Dylan says, if you want me to wait, don't start with the paranormal. Now, that's the idea, though. We start with the paranormal so we can get charged up, ready to go. This next clip from Gabe Gunlock says, it's still happening. Going on about an hour. Let's check it out. So, going on about an hour now. Multiple floating lights over the ocean. Very still, very bright, orange reddish light. Patterns 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It almost looks like the same.
Okay, we're back. There's
the same video.
From a different angle.
Same sighting, but from somewhere else.
Ryan and I are absolutely freaking out, dude. We do not know what this is over. This is a video live. You guys see this is the airport facing west.
Yeah,
it
it's
had
good.
2
Wow.
grouped. Now there's 5. It's definitely some sort of pattern-ish thing going on.
He's clued on this guy.
Orange lights does not look like white lighting. And you'll notice the bottom left one just went out.
There's a conventional aircraft flying
See
over.
up in the top right of the screen, there's a plane flying. It's clearly a plane. Now that bottom right one went out.
Oh yeah, look up there. That's a plane.
It is. It did the same thing as on the other
Weird 'cause
video.
they're so static, dude. I mean, could they be drones with super bright lights on them?
Maybe.
Doubt it.
Doubtful. Flares.
That'd have to be pretty big, like as a drone to like have a light that big.
Mm-hmm.
He's a lot further away too.
Right. At least he's got a decent camera.
Yeah,
Definitely pulsating.
moving up in the world.
Like,
Mm-hmm. Carol says, "Be nice. I got hit in the head yesterday. She got attacked by a giant fan.
Dove off the windowsill, smashed her in the head.
Not even going to read that high author, but
Yeah, I think he posted that in the wrong chat.
interesting one to say the least. Thoughts? Anyone?
Yeah, it's interesting from that angle, different angle. It's always good to have multiple angles on something.
That's what she said.
That's what they do.
okay, we're back. There's now 5.
There's 5 now.
We are totally. Ryan and I are absolutely freaking out, dude. We do not know what this.
Freaking out, dude. Yeah, what do you think?
Shit, man! What is that?
Freaking out, man. Shit's too good, bro.
It's triggering an existential crisis, man.
I think it's a great bit of footage.
You got two like opposites. Like you've got Jonah Hill with like no like
Blase
expression at all. Yeah,
Blase Jonah Hill. He's not that excited, I guess, but yeah, it's still very similar type of footage. I wouldn't be surprised if that was from the same incident. Dylan says this is probably some of the worst footage I've ever seen. To each their own, I suppose.
There's some pretty bad ones. This is like on the scale of good to like bad. Like.
I've seen worse. Next bit of footage. I think this is one that I dropped in there. I think I dropped the previous one in there too. I found it intriguing, but this is weird. So this is recorded by ISS on the ISS last night at approximately.
I didn't know what it was.
I didn't put it in. Approximately the same time as the sightings in San Diego, so I'm pretty sure the previous one was the San Diego sighting too. Something strange going on in the whales, but anyway, let's check it out. You like views of the moon?
Is that what that's the Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Never mind, Mexico. Never mind.
So I'll get there. Yeah, that's weird.
Bruh.
What? Yeah. What is
that? That tether's back again.
Carol, would you leave that up there? It's the mothership.
Just dropping in to say hi, guys.
It's weird how it's like how it is. Look at it.
Because that's artifacts from the pixels, but
okay.
Yeah.
So that's what that shit is around the outside of it.
Oh, nothing glowing. Just saying the way.
Yeah, that's weird.
I thought there was something more to it. I could have sworn. Oh no, wait, that's another one that I've got further down.
That's why I didn't put that one in there when I saw it, because I was like, but it's still weird nonetheless.
Yep. Weird one. Can't really say much about that. Well, this is part of the course. Dillard says this footage is almost as bad as Smirk's footage encounter footage. Carol saying mean.
No, it's not.
That'd be so mean.
Yours has got music and stuff. Like,
yeah, I made a. That's right.
Better.
I made it artsy. Interesting one. That wasn't quite the footage that I thought it was. That's a bit further down, but we'll get to that. Keep in mind we're still in the first hour. Oh, I seem to be glitching.
Yeah, I was doing that before.
Next one. Next clip. Next clip comes filmed from over Mexico on June 27th. And it looks like a solid object rotating in place, not flares. Check it out. Now this is more Dillard's speed. This is more Dillard's type of footage.
Did he film this one on a shoe or what?
Dillard says, Dillard quoting Manticore, solid quote. He says, that's weird how it's like, how it is. Manticore 2022.
Orange, please. What can I say?
Some solid quotage.
Is that one craft, do you reckon? It looks like it.
Maybe.
It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell. Yeah, terribly filmed. But the fuck was that?
Hand steady.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's cool, but I'd like to be able to see it better.
Mm.
But yeah, that does look like one craft. It's like
yes, it does. Very interesting.
Adios míos.
Huh. Hi, Watha pointing out the art. He lolls, says some beers, and then he says, it's a contest between Mandy and Cookie to say he's the West Coast. He's not giving much to work with here, guys. It's yeah. But don't worry, I'll carry the show. I believe, yeah. Interesting footage nonetheless, but terribly filmed at the same time. No. He's only mucking around. You know he's only mucking around.
Pew pew.
Gotta wake us up somehow.
I'm awake.
All right, cool. But we can also have brilliant quotes from Manticore, like that's weird how it's like that's how it is. Poke.
It's all right. I've been copying a lot of that lately.
Oh, lighten up. You're all right. Dylan says, I can translate. The kid is saying like this, and the man is saying no, like that. Hey, Buffy. It's good footage, but it's crap, you know?
It was good, but it was shit at the same time.
Cattle prod. Fuck you.
Oh, damn. There you go. You got a giggle out of her. She's lightening up. Yeah.
Just a pick on Carol.
She got the next one. Oh,
probably
damn.
There's something else.
You know all the lads in the chat love you, Carol.
And I love them.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
All right, next clip. Oh wait, that's the same one. My bad. Talk amongst yourselves for a second, would you, ladies and gentlemen?
I wonder if the next one's going to be filmed on something that constitutes as a camera.
Probably not.
What's
Let's
a
go.
camera?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Will be
none of these
filmed.
people know. I don't think.
Will be filmed on a potato,
Or a
or
shoe.
is it not paranormal? Or a shoe. And I'm not prejudiced against people's filming methods.
Yeah, at least they got to film the bloody thing. I can't talk.
So here we go again. Another San Diego sighting, probably of the same incident. San Diego skylights, number 4.
It's with San Diego at the moment.
Well, it's a hot spot
What's going
apparently.
on over there? Yeah.
Let's go. Someone enjoying time at the that's doesn't look. Well, obviously, it's not of the same place, but it's a similar kind of sighting. So San Diego is lit up.
Wow, that's really bright too.
Nothing much to really work with there, but still very, very interesting.
Still better
Nonetheless,
footage, like camera footage, although they didn't zoom
Clearer.
in. That's probably as far as it zoomed.
Yeah. Everyone's so quiet today. What's going on, guys?
Well, I just spoke, for God's sake.
I just spoke. Oh, yeah. Fine. Wait till we get to the article and I'll start rambling.
I don't. These ones came from hashtag UFO Twitter, Dylan.
Plenty going on in UFO Twitter. Always some madness going on over there, but always decent footage comes out of there. So, yeah.
It's easier to
So,
find
yeah,
stuff on there than it is on YouTube too. Like paranormal stuff's easy on YouTube, but like UFOs are far and few between.
But Twitter's loaded. Like I just got all them ones from a single day. Barely even, yeah. And this next one,
last show I did the same thing. Like it literally, like all in a row too. Like pretty much every post was something.
So, next one. That time that this person, guest, appeared on the Expedition X, filmed at Catalina Island. UFO came out of the water and just went straight up. Because usually it's just exactly the same kind of footage all the time that you see, isn't it? Some shitty phone cam filming a couple of guys,
which is interesting.
Yes, indeed.
Makes me want to buy a submarine.
Are you moving into the pure realm yourself there, Mantica?
Yeah, maybe. I like to exist in multiple different realms at once. Like.
Oh, you too? Sure.
Join the club, Manticore. Join the club.
I was waiting for him to chime in.
All right, this clip's pretty cool. Yeah, but filmed from a phone, on a phone, from a camera. Yeah. But
I don't want to see your face. Just film the thing. Less person and more thing.
Oh my god.
Looks a bit fake to me.
Whatever, man. Score, you're fake.
I'm authentic as fuck.
Oh, totally.
Totally.
Who am I? What am I?
No one. And everyone.
Huh.
Yeah, that doesn't look that to me. I smell a rat.
Whatever. It's the best footage of the whole entire day, and you're calling it out. You're being skeptical on purpose, Manticore. You're trying to tear me down, Manticore.
No, I just think this is fake. I think her showing me her face first. Like, yeah, I was like, yeah, this is bullshit.
So you're saying that because it was a woman in a cowboy hat, that it is fake?
Yeah, it was a cowboy hat, definitely. You never trust a woman in a cowboy hat.
You don't trust those features, Manticore?
No. Not at all. She doesn't have a trustworthy face.
Dylan says, "Oh, brother, this footage stinks." Well, at least you've got a friend in the chat there, Manticore. Is on your side in this specific incident.
Yeah, I'm not sold.
What am I?
Well, I am.
Just that bright light.
The thing that looks like
Bright
it's
light.
superimposed that's floating up.
Nah, he's a full of it. Absolutely full of it. What says, isn't that the chick from Heart?
I thought too.
Also, that's Amanda Bynes. Holy shit. Yeah.
See, it's a publicity stunt.
So whatever. People clearly aren't impressed with the footage that I bring to the table. I see how it is. Trying to discredit me, trying to tear down my name.
They're just jelly.
Never do that.
No, never. All right, next clip. Final one for the day. The segment went like lightning today, but what do we got here? They mimic our lights to be seen by the people who are ready to see them. This is the setup for this clip. They mimic our lights, they say.
Louisiana, Denham Springs, video footage by Matt C. You're going to see what it looks like. Okay, you're thinking this is an airplane, right? Well, as it's coming towards him, you're going to see this thing is quite large, and it's almost shaped like a boomerang craft. Look at this thing. I slow it down. I zoom in. It's got a lot of lights on it to be an airplane. When I pause it, you're going to see this very distinct shape that looks like, right there, you see it, a boomerang craft. Definitely got the flashing lights and all of the aviation requirements. However, it doesn't necessarily look like your typical airplane. Here's another craft noticed in the nighttime sky out of Cornelius, North Carolina by James K. This one here is definitely mysterious and doesn't appear to be a helicopter, doesn't appear to be an airplane, almost looks like some sort of a hybrid triangle craft. This thing's not moving. It's just sitting up in the nighttime sky. It's got solid white lights. Well, it just kind of blinked bright white right there. And then it's got two pulsating red lights. Now I'm going back to the object in Louisiana and I'm comparing the two. They're not necessarily identical. They're just both very mysterious, kind of like the object above Brisbane. There you can see that very noticeable, what looks like a boomerang.
I'll just point out, Dillard is taking jabs and says, "Smoke, you stink. Go home." Dillard, I am home.
He is home.
What are you talking about?
An airplane would have more of a straight line to it across the center where the wings are at,
Aviation
not like a
lights
V.
is very specific,
and this one here is shaped like a triangle craft. Again, just parked in the nighttime sky.
Just parked in the nighttime sky. What do you think they're doing up there, Manticore?
What do you think they're doing?
Trying
to wig people out. They're like, "Hey, look at this." See if we go loopy because of it. Testing. See if we're ready for disclosure.
Yeah, just slowly revealing their presence, getting the populace prepared for the inevitable disclosure. Of course, some people may already be in contact with aliens. The world may already be in contact with aliens that we are in ways that we are unprepared to understand. Maybe. Coach Cookie says, "Dylan, about that zombie wrangling, can I get 9? 9? Depends how you want to say it, Carol. Do you prefer the number 9 or the 9?
9.
9. 77th. So that's it for the segment today.
Dylan draws. When I compare the two, they aren't identical, but they are both definitely mysterious. Some idiot. 2022. Getting all the quotes today.
So,
are you sold on the phenomena that this segment force you to start believing, or will we have to just wait till next time to?
I was sold before we started doing this.
Oh well, so was I. But Hiawatha is absolutely sold on the concept. He says, "What the fuck?"
WTF.
Article is
sure. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm not
Fair
saying
enough.
nothing.
We've got plenty of articles. Not saying nothing.
No.
Nothing unusual there.
Are you,
No,
are you afraid that what you say may be used against you, Carol? Maybe putting quotation marks and
Yeah.
paraded around by our zombie-like friends. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Throw treat.
Dylan says, I'm going to be honest with you here, guys. That segment just did irreparable damage. I believe just before the segment, but now, yeah. Nothing to say there, anyone. Yeah.
You must be very solid in your beliefs.
Huh. Plenty of articles today.
Yeah,
plenty. Yeah, plenty of people dropping things in the spaceship, starting to get something forming there. Yeah, starting to get reflections back from the peeps, from the peoples.
One of the ones I dropped in there, I don't know if it's any good, but the way it framed things was what I liked about it.
There's a couple of good ones in there. I know we're not going to be able to get to all of them because we only do two. That's what I like when people drop so many there. Cause I'm like, well, now I've got to fucking choose. Now, fuck. And I usually just go with the ones that intrigue the hell out of me. But
I'm going to get it from Facebook now, so I've got to find them other ways.
Oh.
Anything.
We've got that Infinity Paradox one. Got Manticore dropping one with why artificial intelligence creates unprecedented era of opportunity. We've got artificial intelligence and the moral. I like this one because I want to talk about this one. I always like talking about the moral implications of artificial intelligence and where it's all heading. But Hiawatha is looking to see if any dogs want out.
Who let the dogs out?
So I might go with the moral implications of AI.
Sounds good.
And then we've got the one that you dropped. The sun may provide consciousness. The sun may prove our consciousness is entangled at a quantum level. That's fucking weird, but
yeah. And that the way
I'm
I
interested
found
to read the article.
that literally just popped up.
And then we've got Peeps GR People, who hasn't actually joined us on the show yet, who hasn't joined us in the chat, but still bringing some interesting articles nonetheless. Two Australian physicists just proved that our reality simply does not exist. Should we go with that?
Yeah,
sure. Go with that one.
Did you see the other one that I dropped in there?
Yeah.
The classified CIA files. They were quite interesting.
I didn't check out the files yet because I'm more that I knew we were going to be doing the Fae today. So, but what is it?
There.
Give me a little bit of an overview.
It's literally like a dossier of declassified CIA files that basically state that reality is a simulation, and that astral projection is like possible, like completely. Like there's a lot of stuff in there.
You know how much money they spent on trying to test out that possibility in wartime, and it goes back, man. Way back.
There's a lot. There's a lot in there. Like whether or not it's
and then all of a
just
sudden you get up.
to detract from the truth
now what?
or not. But...
Dylan says Australian physicist equals local drug addict. It was Risey. Risey is now a physicist, and he has come to the grand conclusion that reality does not exist. Is that
unless
does that sound about right? Unless you're looking at it. Australian physicists, mate, just proved that reality simply does not exist, mate. Doesn't exist at all.
There, mate.
You're all a bunch of nutters, bunch of mad hatters. You are
bunch of whack jobs.
These two Australian physicists, this is from June 26, 2022, this article. These two Australian physicists, Andrew Truscott and Roman Khakhamov, just discovered that reality as we know it in general is not real. Thoughts?
Yeah.
No, as in reality could just be pure imagination.
Come with me and you be.
Carol firing torpedoes at me. Yes, in the chat. She's giving me a stern talking to from the reflection of the chat. She says, "Don't talk about my YouTube husband like that." We didn't say I do.
He doesn't even remember, Carol.
It's pretty harsh.
That's nothing unusual, though. He doesn't remember what he did 5 minutes ago. So,
no, don't talk shit about Risey like that, bro.
Hey, it was meant in the most endearing way possible.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, mate. Fuck. Yeah.
I sleep quite fine, thank you very much.
Cool, good. Physicists can't be bothered to wear a goddamn tie, evidently. Keeping it casual, you know, within the journey of physics, it's definitely a casual endeavor. I do say so myself. Based on their findings, they discovered that reality on a quantum level is a general anomaly in all senses of the word.
It's a pretty powerful statement right there.
It is. It's a pretty loaded statement. It's a pretty loaded article, if you ask me.
I like the imagery.
I love the imagery. Yes. Very very potent imagery. Their experiment began as a way to test their new scientific equipment by sealing a helium atom and then releasing it using a pair of laser beams. Okay, I don't quite see how that has anything to do with it, but
as you do.
As you do.
I do that all the time, man.
You fart helium, you're saying, man.
Yeah. So, Isn't that when you breathe it in and you talk faint?
That's the one. Hey! All right, so hey. So that may appear to be a good thing, but then added another set of lasers to recombine the beams. From a quantum standpoint, it appeared as if the atom had taken several paths before interjecting back.
What?
So could it be possible that within the usage of multiple interpretive statements and languages, that there is some sort of quantum phenomenon happening there at the right down at the foundational level of reality, where we're traveling between two sets of potential realities to realign ourselves as the laser beam at the other end?
I'm not qualified to say, but it sounds like it.
As someone who is qualified to say, I can say that is certainly a possibility, Smirk.
Maybe, Prime.
Always
Maybe.
Flexing his qualifications.
Then again, Prime, you might just be a wacko. Might just be insane.
Now, Smirk, I resent that statement.
Well, so you should, Prime, because we need to get to the heart of this conundrum that we find ourselves in. Carol's Cookie is in the chat. who's also joining us on the panel, who is free to read her statement herself if she so pleases. No? Cool. Carol says they're bow ties.
You've got an auto prompter right there. You can just read what you wrote.
They're bow ties. They're Doctor Who bow ties. Would you care to read this for us, Prime, since nobody else is going to do this the honor of reading it?
Absolutely, Smirk. Carol's cookie says their bow ties are at the cleaners. The intern was supposed to pick up the dry cleaning that day, but tried to just imagine they did. Didn't quite work out for them.
You don't say, Prime. You don't say. Dilla brings up an excellent point. A funny but truthful point. He says scientists without lab coats and bow ties are obviously underqualified.
Does anybody want to see my bow tie?
Not really, Prime. Not really.
Fine. I see how it is. Have
I
it your
want to
way.
see it.
Bow ties are contentious.
That's awesome. Bow ties are awesome. Provide the confidence to wear a bow tie, which I mean, confidence probably isn't the word, but we'll call it confidence for the sake of the exercise. Maybe I should. No, you won't catch me in a bow tie. I'm sorry.
I wore one once, but it was at a wedding, and they made me.
Yeah, see, this is time and a place, and in the lab. When you're cosplaying as Doctor Who, maybe, but that's about it to me.
Maybe they don't wear bow ties just in case the Bunsen burner catches it on fire.
That's it. Why would anybody wear a regular tie in a lab? It's all absurd, Manticore. It's all absurd. Carol dropping the bow tie emoji, which is just it's just a pseudo bow tie. It's not really a bow tie. It's just a nice bow. The best we could do around here under our emoji restraints. All right, so from a quantum standpoint, it appeared as if the atom had taken several paths before interjecting back. Prime, would you care to take this next one?
Oh, absolutely, Smirk. And guess what? After the second pair of lasers was removed, the atom remained on its course, despite the fact that it should have switched back to the direction of the previous lasers that directed at it.
That's kind of
interesting. Interesting. Mainframe imagery here. We're going deep into the Matrix.
A digital landscape of some description.
Some type of metaversal. Metaverse within a metaverse within a metaverse. This means that at the atom's past was fully modified by its future. Does that blow your mind? Because it blows my mind.
Does that literally alludes to the fact that it all comes full circle, really? At some point.
The time itself is an illusion, Manticore. But there are elements of reality that are beyond our comprehension to perceive them in the present.
Yeah, what he said.
I like what you said, Prime. It's very interesting. Very interesting. What are your thoughts, Carol? You're just waiting for pew-pews in the chat. Pew-pew. Pew-pew.
Stop.
She got itchy typing fingers.
Itchy typing fingers, yeah. Trigger fingers. She's like, rah, rah, ready to go. We have Lorenzo Sleestack joining us in the chat. What's up, Lorenzo?
Yo, Lorenzo.
Of course, I'm speaking for everyone on the panel when I say greetings. It's good to have you in the chat. So, in a nutshell, getting that feedback.
Yeah, I got that.
So, in a nutshell, this established that after witnessing the shift with our own eyes, our reality was altered entirely. And knowing this change occurred caused reality to adjust itself based on a new set of beliefs. From a subatomic level to order. Sorry?
That's a loaded statement. Like, literally.
How loaded is the present with the future? Or something to that effect.
It's a rhetorical question.
It was. So from a subatomic level to ordinary life, it appears that reality persists only as long as we witness it, becoming null. I love that word. The instant we cease to interject with it. So shall we watch them break it down a little bit further? But this is truly a fascinating topic, and I know it was a short article, but it was worth worth understanding conceptually. Let's check out this video, and I like the usage of "don't panic." But physicists in Australia just proved reality doesn't exist.
I'm not quite sure about those physicists in Australia. Maybe they might be onto something profound.
Maybe. Probably just blowing smoke up my ass, Brian.
Could be gobbledygook.
We're going to get any...
Get ready to have your mind blown. According to an experiment led by 2 physicists in Australia, reality doesn't exist. Turn on, tune in, and drop out, man, because the world as you know it is all kinds of weird. Weird, man. Quantum level. Andrew Truscott and Roman Kakamov of the Australian National University used atoms to put a John Wheeler delayed choice thought experiment to practical use. The Wheeler thought experiments ask, in theory, at what point does an object decide to act like one thing or another? Truscott and Kakamov's team used what is assumed to be extremely expensive and complex scientific equipment to trap a single helium atom and then drop it through a pair of laser beams that formed a scattered grating pattern. Another set of lasers was then added at random intervals to recombine the beams, which, on a quantum level, made it seem like the single atom had traveled 2 different paths along the beams. When the second set of lasers was taken away, the atom seemed as if it only chose to go on one beam. Are you still with us? Does your head hurt?
Yeah.
Quantum physics is known to do that. According to Truscott, if one chooses to believe that the atom really did take a particular path or paths, then one has to accept that a future measurement is affecting the atom's past. The atoms did not...
Prime's just trying to say something to me.
If I might interject, do you have her phone number? She sounds hot.
Prime, no.
Not travel from A to B.
No,
that's my boy.
It was only when they were measured at the end of the journey that their wave-like or particle-like behavior was brought into existence. Instead of the common sense argument that the atom either went down one path or the other regardless of where it ended up, the quantum physics explanation says otherwise. Whether you observed the atom going down one path or 2 only depends on how it was measured at the end of its micro-sized and kind of improbable journey, which in a sense means reality itself doesn't exist unless you're observing it. If it makes you feel any better, this particular experiment is only feasible at the quantum level, and would be nearly impossible to...
Well, you're so certain about that? Are you certain about that? That is very presumptuous. But at the experimental level, it's only being performed down at that scale. But I'm saying those effects scale up to the macro far more than we have our ability to comprehend, let alone test experimentally.
Probably only afford to
but
do
there
it
are
at quantum scale. So.
Well, it's only a single helium atom, but it all comes down to the indeterministic nature of that sort of thing, where the superpositional state of multiple realities at once.
Tell us all about it, Smirk. Tell us more.
No, Prime. I'll keep it tame for now.
I like how he pretends like he doesn't know.
Prime just pretends like he doesn't know anything. Yeah.
I know nothing. What are you talking about, Manticore?
Who knows? Who knows?
But seriously though, can I have a phone number or what, lads?
No, Prime. No,
I'll
you
see if
can't.
I can tee it up for you, Prime. I'll be your wingman.
I watched Tom Cruise and what's that Pommy TV host name?
What was he from? Like a talk show.
James Corden.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
Doing skydiving. Yeah. And then also anyway, you had to be there. Hilarious. Had to be there.
Did you see the photos of him sitting on the top of that building in Dubai with no like safety gear at all? He's a tripper. Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. Midget.
Carl says,
It's not his size that bothers me. It's his face is not like symmetrical. That
it's Tom Cruise's. He's getting on.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's never been symmetrical. That's why it's always bothered me.
Carol standing up, watching out for Prime's future, saying, I don't like her ribbit voice. She also says, Prime, she will only break your heart. It's almost like we've. I'm going to get Carol to read her comments eventually. It's the only way that she's.
It's the first step forward into actually talking on the panel.
Into actually speaking. Carol, would you care to read Carol's Cookies comments?
I don't like her robot voice in Prime. She's only going to break your heart.
Yes.
Now, Carol, that is not true. I'm sure she's a lovely bit of...
Bit of what, Prime? Bit of what?
Yeah, bit of what?
Never mind.
Yeah.
Data.
Data, maybe? Qubit?
Yes, a nice bit of qubit.
Wow.
Okay, go after her.
Oh.
Warned you.
No, I'm quite comfortable where I am. Lorenzo Sleestack says this is why one must never do DMT with Joe Rogan.
It's true. It's true. I've seen the aftermath of how Joe Rogan parties. Who did I see? I think Lex Friedman went and partied with Joe Rogan once, and sincerely regretted the. I'm sure he played it.
I think he got his party plan from Hunter S. Thompson though. So
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. I want to find some Lex Friedman. I know Lex.
Yeah, that the video that where he reads his daily routine, that's gold.
Oh, Joe Rogan's. Yeah, he's got a pretty solid regiment there.
Oh, not him. I mean, when Joe Rogan read Hunter S's daily routine.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a pretty solid regiment too, isn't it? It's just his writing regiment alone. I don't know if I could adhere to that kind of strict approach to.
It's too much structure for me.
Have you anybody ever seen Hunter S. Thompson's
I think we played it on one of my streams once.
Really?
Yeah.
Hunter S. Thompson's daily routine, shall we?
It's gold. That is then you wonder why the man died.
Yes. Yeah. All right, we'll finish off this first.
Apply to everyday life. But it also shows that fabric of space/time is absolutely nuts and hardly makes any sense. But don't worry, reality doesn't exist anyway.
Joke's on her, I wasn't worried anyway.
She seems lovely.
You think, Prime? I don't know. I think you're barking up the wrong tree, Prime. Let's check out Hunter S. Thompson's former daily routine for a moment.
Yeah, Lorenzo Sleestack. I'm just waiting for the Clockwork Elves to come out.
Damn. There's Machine Elves or. So here it is. This is our former daily routine. He says 3 p.m. rise, 3 in the afternoon, wake up, 3:05, Chivas Regal with the morning
Chivas
paper
Regal.
and Dunhills. So a bit of straight up, like no messing around. As soon as you get up, have a
Breakfast of
drink,
champions.
have a dunny. 345 course cocaine, of course. 350 another Chivas Regal and a Dunhill smoke. It's very regimented. Like it's very impressive how, because usually you associate these kinds of habits with chaos, but the fact he's got the chaos so orderly is so impressive.
It's what human beings do best.
415 cocaine, 416 orange juice, then a Dunhill. 430 cocaine, 454 very precise cocaine, 505 cocaine, 511. This is where it gets interesting. Coffee, Dunhills. 530 more ice in the shivers. 545 cocaine, etc., etc. 6 p.m. comes along. Grass to take off the edge. 7:05. That's quite a jump there. That's quite a jump. So he gets blazed AF, and then and then seven rolls around, and then he's like, give himself an extra 5 minutes before he knows
Peaking
7
from
must
all
roll
the
around.
cocaine, so he needs to level it off a bit.
Then at 7:05, Woody Creek Tavern for lunch. Heineken, 2 margaritas, coleslaw, a taco salad, a double order of fried onions, carrot cake, ice cream, a bean fritter, Dunhills, of course, and another Heineken, and of course another Heineken, cocaine, and for the ride home, a snow cone. And then a what?
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 Nothing. No.
Nine. Got to speak up, Carol. You got to cut me off,
No.
blah, blah. And then, so after a solid regiment of 6 hours of hardcore ingestion,
that's preparation.
Preparation for the night. 9 o'clock. Starts snorting cocaine. Seriously. 10 o'clock. Drops acid.
Seriously?
But seriously, though, this is where it gets serious now. Then he's got chartreuse, cocaine, grass, 11:30, cocaine, etc., 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 etc. Whatever fills the void, if you know what I'm saying. 12 p.m., midnight. Hunter S. Thompson is ready to write. 12:05 to 6 a.m. Chartreuse, cocaine, grass, shivers, coffee, Heineken, clove, cigarettes. Switches up his cigarettes. Yeah. Grapefruit, Dunhills, orange juice, gin, continuous pornographic movies. And then 6 a.m. 6 a.m. rolls around, the hot tub champagne, Dove bars, fettuccine, Alfredo, 8 o'clock, and then sleep.
He had a productive day. Like, I don't blame him.
Yeah. He gets what's that? How many hours sleep does he get?
He snorted all that cocaine during the day, but then he's like, cocaine, seriously, like what was that?
Yeah, well, it means
one shot.
Yeah, it means like bang up 10 lines, rip them. Yeah. So that is Hunter S. Thompson's regiment. Carol says, we've lost the audience. Carol says, it's hard to hear me because I'm on the 77th floor. Would you like me to come back down? Carol, would you?
Would you care to read those statements, Carol?
That's an excellent question, Paul. Would you? No?
I think we should make a...
Primal do it for you.
I'll do it for you, don't worry. Carol says it's hard to hear me because I'm on the 77th floor. She also says, would you like me to come back down?
Yeah, cool. Yes, Lorenzo says, wasn't Hunter S. Thompson a bit of a troll? He played the Duke character. It was more than played, but he got into the concept of meta acting, and
he was the father of Gonzo journalism.
That's right. Projecting a character into for the sake of documenting events. I love it. I love it.
One of my biggest inspirations as well.
Likewise. A genius beyond his years. Dillard says, and I'm back. What did I miss? Nothing important. Nothing important.
Yep. And we're not repeating it either.
Yeah, I'm not repeating the secrets of the universe. All right.
You
We
snooze,
might
you
even
lose.
get. So we're at the second hour now, guys. Dylan
Already?
says, "Whoa, meta acting. What are you nutcases on about?" Huh. So, artificial intelligence and moral issues. Is that something you guys want to talk about or not? I know it might bog you down.
I'm interested to hear.
Carol, I think you made a typo there. Carol, I think you made a typo there.
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Okay, no worries. Just checking. Just checking.
She's gone from the
Okay.
77th floor to the gutter.
Oh. Told you not to jump off the table.
Yeah. It's a long drop. That first step's a doozy.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah. Lorenzo, he says, I like when Hunter S. Thompson shot shotguns with Conan O'Brien. That was, yeah.
The story of
Very good.
Johnny Depp meeting him. Like, Johnny Depp tells a story of like when he met him for the first time, like before they did Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and like they met in a bar, and like his first impression of him was Hunter S. like bursting through the door with the taser and a cattle prod. It's like, get out of my way, you bastards! Like,
brilliant.
and
You want to watch that, or you want to dive down the?
I'm happy to do
both
that,
simultaneously.
We can do it all if you want. But yeah, it went from a bar to 3 a.m. like shooting propane canisters with a rifle in the middle of nowhere.
Talking, setting it up.
Dylan Drawers says, "Are you done with your articles? Can we dispense with this AI pretense? Can we watch ghost videos now?" Ooh, Dylan likes the ghosties.
Okay.
Lorenzo Sleestack says, "Didn't Johnny Depp shoot Hunter S. Thompson's body out of a cannon? His ashes, yes, that was in his will."
Yes. What a way to go! If I passed away,
It was a World War I cannon too, I think.
yeah, I want a third of myself in the ocean, a third of myself in space, and a third of myself to whoever would like to hang on to that.
do a what's that guy's name? The dude from what band was it? I can't remember, but he snorted his dad's ashes. I think you were part of him forever.
You can do whatever you like with it. I'm not whatever tickles your fancy, man. To go. Anyway, unfortunately, Dillard, I know you don't want to go down the perils of the coming era that we are rapidly approaching of artificial intelligence, but it's something that needs to be spoken about. If you ask me, it may hurt. We may find it uncomfortable in our souls to ponder the moral implications of such potential madness of this upcoming age, but this stuff is important. Important. It is important. Dylan says, "What a gay name, Hunter." Dylan says, "Didn't you just talk about?" No, we didn't talk about AI. You must have been receiving some information from the future or something. We were talking about the implications, well, the physics of the universe. Actually, it was a nice primer for this engaging topic. I'm sure. Artificial intelligence, moral issues, myths, and religions, and dangers and reality. What do you think, guys? Is mankind really on the brink of an exciting but potentially terrifying future?
Depends on how you look at it, I guess. But yeah, there's some things that are concerning, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more worried about who's leading the way. That's who I'm worried. Like, not so much the AI itself.
Would you let the AI lead its own way? You can go your own way.
Yeah, I probably would.
God damn it, Dylan. Says, okay, when was this AI segment slated to end? 30 minutes, 30 minutes ish. I'll see you then. Oh shit. AKA, in other words, nobody gives a shit. Some scholars think that this is the case. Say, but they base their prediction not on what is currently happening in universities and robotics laboratories around the world, but on their belief that the robotic revolution has already taken place.
Yeah.
Lorenzo says, I'm streaming tomorrow. That's both exciting and potentially terrifying. And then Dilla chimes in and says, Lorenzo, we have ghost videos. He just wants to see ghost videos. Somebody give this man ghost videos.
Go into YouTube and type paranormal sightings caught on tape, and you have all at your disposal.
No, but it's about the context of seeing the ghost videos and then seeing what conjures in the mind, and then speaking that within a formal context within a community. That's what makes it.
Oh, okay.
That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun. It's an enjoyable endeavor to babble. Speaking of babbling, ancient religions and myths spoke of many artificially constructed entities. How abstract can you get in your understanding of what an entity constitutes when it comes to these ideas of artificial intelligence? When it comes to being even words are entities in themselves. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. But
Dylan wants everybody to do the work for him. He says, I want someone to sift through the rubbish and compile good ones for me.
That's what we're here for.
Huh. Now let me turn back on some music.
But the definition of the word entity is like a thing with distinct and independent existence.
Huh. Existence is the term existence. If you start going down that rabbit hole, existence is a funny an abstract thing in itself. We have Milton Knowles, the insane witch king, the entity joining us. He says, I'm having steaks and potato thingies, bitches. Welcome, Milton.
Lucky bastard.
Potatoes.
Hi, Milton.
Hey, man. What's up, man? Nice to join us. By potato thingies, what is the what type of potatoes? Potatoes can be done in many ways.
It's one of the most versatile foods there is.
That's right.
Why do you guys obsessed with potatoes?
Because they are they're versatile. They're versatile.
And they're the only vegetable I eat.
Really?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I'll eat them if someone gives them to me, but I don't make them.
You don't want a bit of a salad, bro?
Yeah, if someone else makes it, sure.
Someone else makes it. So Manticore is all steak and no potatoes and no.
I'm a carnivore.
So you prefer the consumption of meat, Manticore? What's that there?
Not when you put it like that.
Lorenzo says, I'm imagining a paranormal show called Where did that come from, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I guess it'd have an audience somewhere.
Where did that come from? Dylan says, I was sitting in my car, a 2002 Mercury Cougar. Here we go. We seem to have a joint entity joining us in the chat now. It is the combination of Dylan and Milton.
Oh, shit.
But Dylan's going to tell us it's story time, ladies and gentlemen. It's story time. I was sitting in my car, a 2002 Mercury Cougar. I was doing an overnight security by the remote lake construction site. Milton Knowles says, I'm having potato pom-pom. I got no idea what that is.
But, potato gems here.
Okay. called Amber Hill Ranch by Lake Elsinore. Your mate up, Carol. Carol says potatoes are used to clog up someone else's exhaust. Yes, I believe that is what is occurring here. As soon as we start to dive into the AI realm, it's interesting. All of a sudden, the exhausts get clogged, and slowly pressure builds up until there is an explosion, if you will, of mashed potato.
It's one way to make it.
Yes.
Potato
Dylan says
pretty well too.
So called Lake Amber Hill Ranch by Lake Elsinore. Shall we combine the stories of Milton and Dillard? And
I think so.
Okay. And then he says the entity says, I only eat fruit and meat and potatoes because potatoes are tumors. I had one of those portable DVD players. I was watching the season of the show 24. I finished the DVD and I reached down to get the next DVD, and when I came up, a ghost was looking in my window.
Sure it wasn't a drunk.
Huh. Well, now I want to know if the story has validity or not, and why Dillard never told the story when he was on the show. Milton says, deep fried balls of mashed potato.
Sounds delicious.
I mean, it does, to be honest.
No.
My arteries are clogging up just thinking about it.
Okay, so you know what? You guys go. You go hard. You go hard.
No, I'm done. Lorenzo then says, was the ghost touching itself while looking through your window?
Dilla continues the story and says, I got scared and ducked my head down for about 1 to 2 minutes, and when I came back up to check, it was gone.
Ooh.
Ooh.
The drunk got.
What did it look like?
Off and the drunk walked away.
He got scared by his own reflection. That's what it was.
Milton Knowles then says, if a ghost was looking through in my window, I would tell it to get its own steak.
What?
Ancient religions and myths spoke of many artificially constructed entities. They are often depicted as instruments of protection, but sometimes happens that they rebel against those who created them with disastrous consequences. American rabbi button. I wouldn't say disastrous. No. Sometimes it can be funny. Sometimes it can be enlightening. When ghosts pop up at your window and and you're looking through to see their reflection.
Lorenzo says, sounds like Dylan's ghost is peeping Tom.
But we will continue the story. Dylan says, I transferred to another security construction site near the paintball course. I'm not getting eviscerated by a ghost for $11 an hour.
Robbery.
American rabbi Ariel Bar Sadok, founder of the Kosher Torah School, stated, there is a legend that has existed since the dawn of time. I am referring to the Golem. You know much about the Golem? There we go. I'm going to fucking... Oh, yeah, we're going down now. Now, if you'll excuse me, I just have to write that down for a second. Topics. Open that up. Golem. And we're talking... When we're not talking... We aren't talking about the famous Lord of the Rings character. But there's a much more interesting Yeah, much more interesting origins than people give it credit for. So,
speaking of golems, you should check out Doc Blaylock's Pariah Blood and Mud on Indiegogo.
oh, It was an artificial life source from an inanimate material that then comes to life. The golem was created by means of an ancient technology known to the pharaoh's magicians, Moses, and the rabbis of the Talmud, and the rabbis of the Kabbalah in Europe. So you didn't, told you it was going to be an interesting article.
Yeah, well, that took me off guard, like that being in there, because we've spoken about the golem before, like on different levels of
We have very much so, Manticore. Very much so. These are the moral implications of what AI can potentially do, where these entities are brought forward by magical means. Milton says, seeing a face in my bathroom mirror once, it was terrifying, but handsome. Lorenzo says Frankenstein's monster may have been inspired by the Jewish folklore of golems. Very true. It's all in the same conceptual idea for certain. So they all brought the golem to life through magic by writing the name of God on the creature's forehead. Thus, the golem came to life and was a valiant warrior and defender of the people. Do you see why religion has such an important context, whether or not it is purely based in the realm of fiction or whether it's based in the realm of the belief in reality? That these stories are powerful, where we embody them in our subconscious, and when we're faced with certain scenarios, we have something to draw upon, which ultimately comes from. It's important stuff. It's important stuff. So the golem was useful until he began to lose control and went mad. At that point, those who had brought him to life were forced to resort to magic again to make him harmless. It's a very interesting tale, which makes us think of robots and artificial intelligence. That's the point right there. It's that it conjures. It's the conjurer of ideas. It's the foundation for the further step forward to then make an implication, especially when the context of society changes, but these foundational stories remain. Does this stuff interest you? Very. Interests me.
I'm intrigued. Continue.
Yes. But there's strange context involved with this stuff where these concepts can be perceived as as manipulative, but they're more all of these ancient texts, the things I've been studying for decades, they're foundational for a reason, and they stuck around because every time they serve. It's the text that's and even in AI as well, but they serve as a foundation for which ultimately manifests an outcome, right? Especially when it's in a collective context. But the erosion
if it's down to the perceiver, not like how it, like what it's actually saying. Like, you know what I mean?
Of course it is.
How it's perceived, yeah.
Of course it is. But how abstract can you get in your interpretation of that? Of what you perceive. How, when you can apply something like over that understanding, it becomes very, very intriguing. Right.
That was funny, Gollum. He said that comment exactly as you were reading it.
So the golem is man made out of clay, given a good name of God upon his forehead, reflected in his master's image in a man made without a soul. Dilla says, no, Lorenzo, it was an adult human male, obviously dead with no eyes.
Could have been a crackhead, Dylan.
Dylan says you didn't bring it up last time because we were talking about aliens and demonic possession. Milton also says Frankenstein's monster comes from the story of the Castle Frankenstein. Men should not play with the dead. Let them rest. Let them sleep. How loose in your understanding can you get with what constitutes as death, though, Milton? I find usually those that claim to play with death are the ones who don't realize, who don't understand the full implications of the concept. But I like to project it up to like to how we interpret modern day science, in our understanding there, with duality of realities, simultaneous death and life at the same time. Becomes pretty abstract and spooky when you get to the terms. When you see the ghost in the mirror. Dylan says 11 o'clock. Next subject. Nice try. We've still got half an hour of this to go. I know. Strap in because we could potentially be heading into a ghost story, Dylan. If you perceive it, in a certain light. So, Lorenzo says, I seem to remember hearing about a golem not being allowed to be animated on the Sabbath, as that would be disrespectful to God. Milton says, in my practice, where we taught there is no such thing as ghosts, but the things that we are, the face of the dead, and are so much more terrifying, maybe you might wish there was such a harmless thing as a ghost. Oh, wow. Dylan says he has no less than 7 ghost or demonic experiences.
Listen,
Dylan also says, duality of realities, calculatus, eliminatus.
He's casting spells now.
He is. They are.
Harry Potter.
They are attempting to manifest a golem themselves, but I'm letting them run with it. It's all in good fun. So, another even more cautionary example comes from ancient Greek legends about the god Hephaestus. I've had many pronunciations, but known as the blacksmith of the gods, the forger. Of course, these legends and go on to take on many different forms throughout different pantheons. That's what I love about studying all the different pantheons, is that you ultimately see the same interpretations of the same gods, just in a little bit of a different light,
through a different lens.
Yeah. So known as the blacksmith of the gods, he's said to have forged a giant automaton, a robot named Talus, with the task of protecting the island of Crete. Hephaestus, however you want to pronounce it, also created artificial servants to help him in his forge. Well, now that's anyway. I might utilize something with this after I'm done here. So his most important creation, however, was a woman who, according to legend, changed the fate of mankind forever, namely Pandora. Of course, we all know the legend of Pandora's box, right? She was forged in clay by Hephaestus, who, with the help of the goddess Athena, succeeded in animating her through the breath of life with the pneuma, thus making her a living being in her own right. But Zeus, however, felt disturbed by that artificially created being. Yes, and that was the reason why he decided to give her a jar as a gift. Of course, yes, many interpretations there from, many things have arisen from that concept. As soon as Pandora opened it, all the world's evils flew away. Now, can you perceive the concept of diving down the rabbit hole of artificial intelligence, becoming symbiotic with the mind as the opening of Pandora's box? Can you dig it?
Can you dig it?
Can you dig it? Dylan being a cheeky bugger in the chat as always, as he always does. With the incorrect spelling there as well. He says, Hephaestus, what insane's glorious name? What are you talking about? I'm talking about ghosts here. And then he says, Hephaesticles. Hephaesticles. Dillard is a proponent of the pomegranate, I see. That's right. Carol's Cookie says, never fuck the goddess. That's right. Milton says, when the great king created a box to contain the world's evils, he gave it to the crippled smiths and said to lock this away forever. Put it in the safest place he could. Lorenzo draws a duality between Greek mythology and ancient biblical accounts by saying that, similar to Adam and Eve, God breathed his spirit into Adam. Milton says, then after using inspiration from the flames in the palace, he created himself a daughter. The simple smiths made a child of such innocence, he had to keep them safe from the world. That's right, Carol. It does sound like a disease. Dillard, now Dillard is truly diving into the madness of the pomegranate, and he says pommy and granite.
Dillard, don't leave.
Anyway, he is.
Okay.
So I'll just say yes. So Lorenzo also makes an interesting connection there. Adam was also made out of dust or clay. Milton says, no place safer than where he placed the box. The king asked him to protect, but the child was curious, innocent, and alone, did not understand what word evil meant. His text-to-speech is obviously going a bit out of whack there. I'm going to begin to interpret for him. But very interesting. Oh, Dillard is... Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye. But, these subjects seem to bring forth very powerful golems in themselves when you start talking about them. They're very interesting. So from there, plague, war, famine, and many worst ideas bled into the world for the minds of men. When she closed the box, on only one thing remained. Damn. Lorenzo says Hephaestus sounds like a type of insulation to me. It's like asbestos, you know?
Ooh. Don't breathe that shit in. It's bad for your lungs.
God damn it. Milton finds a way to bring it back to Smith. He always does. The Smith. Milton, you're drawing the connection there. He says Windsor Smith found out what she did and saw that the horrors. I thought you said you were going to say Horace. I was going to say wrong pantheon there, bro, but close enough. No. Saw the horrors that she witnessed. He thought maybe there was a way to put them back and open the box. And the worst of all hope came free. Yeah, we know you want to stay, Dylan. Dylan says, oh my God, nothing is on. Yeah, I guess I'll stay here. Why not? All right, let's get back to it. Before we let our inner golems run free.
Lorenzo says it's unhealthy to snort asbestos.
Definitely. Yeah, so I don't recommend snorting an STD. Never snort an STD. No.
plenty of other things out there to snort if you're that way inclined.
Yeah, whatever floats your boat. Whatever, whatever opens your box, right? Yeah.
That's what she said.
Did she? Well, that's not how I meant it to be interpreted, Manticore.
What I said.
Good Lord.
Hey. Yeah.
Because in the context of Pandora, don't you understand?
Me no comprehende.
Milton then says, and his daughter he created, witnessed it all, and he could not stand to see, and he did the only thing a father could, and ended her suffering, and mercy was born. Mercy was born of the necessity of evil. I think you're.
I think that's what he's trying to say.
Is this dialect making you uncomfortable, Manticore? I'm just staring, man. I'm just staring, you know. So, the myth of Pandora is becoming increasingly important among artificial intelligence designers. Some fear that an entity endowed with artificial intelligence will take over and turn into a threat. The fear is shared also by Elon Musk and, God rest his soul, Stephen Hawking. Although the concept of a machine endowed with human consciousness might make us shudder, in many Eastern religions, the judgment changes radically. Here we go. So we're checking out some more of the Eastern philosophy here. In Korean shamanism, an ancient religion still practiced by many people today, objects can be possessed by sacred spirits imbued with an energy that humans have not. Mm-hmm. Similarly, those practicing the Japanese religion known as Shintoism believe that otherworldly spirits called kami, objects of worship, can practically live inside any object and give it life. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. I don't need to go.
It's like talismans and stuff like that.
Yes.
Similar to
Oh, no, but that's idol worship, Manticore. That's
Don't do that.
The power of symbolism, eh? So I'm so tempted, but we've got such a long walk ahead of us. No time for stories within stories. So, why not? Let's just entertain Dylan for a little while longer. Come on. Dylan says, there was once a young American orphan boy, a street urchin, rummaging through the skiffs of Melbourne. It happens that this boy stumbled upon a Crocodile Dundee hat, complete with alligator teeth across the brim. There's going to be a story of a knife here, I know it. Lorenzo says a well-endowed entity. Dilla then says a perverted man saw this and pulled his van over and told the boy, "Come here, lad." He propositioned he propositioned the boy for in exchange for food and shelter. Milton also says the necessary evil of mercy is why suffering cannot be absolute. Dylan says the boy refused and went back to playing in the streets. And damn.
Good for him.
Where were we? So, you don't know? I think we were. Shinto priestess Izumi Hasegawa maintained ancient Japanese people, as well as modern people, believe there is a spirit in everything. Even a smartphone or an iPhone has a life force as a computer. We believe in the artificial intelligence of a machine. We feel that way and we like it. In this respect, we are profoundly different from Westerners for whom a machine is a machine. So we are very separation of machine and life in the West, of machine and spirit in the West. We are they operate in two very distinct manners. Now, and I suppose that, yeah. What do you think about that concept? That the separation between spirit and the concept of machine, or the concept of automaton.
Why do we do that in the West? That's interesting. Well,
I've got some, Lorenzo says my suffering is absolute when I hear Dylan's stories. Because I got a lot to say about it, man. Like, it comes down to, hierarchical concepts and concepts of subservience, and but when and our rejection of any kind of higher power all of these concepts blur into idea that machine is machine, like man is spirit is spirit. Like, machine is below. Machine is, there's no mechanism can take on the spiritual form of, at that level. But that is a crock of shite to me.
Fuck, I don't believe that.
So, Heather Roth from Cambridge University stated the phrase, "Hey, Siri, what's the weather going to be like today?" is an example of artificial intelligence, i.e. an algorithm that processes natural language, turns it into computer code that searches the web and provides the data. It has been complicated to be able to process human language. In fact, this goal has been achieved only a few years ago, but with very good results that have also been reached in the field of facial recognition and voice signal coding. If we create an entity that behaves like us and has its own perceptive abilities and personal knowledge of the world, we believe it should be considered an intelligent, aware, and responsible entity. In some ways, our society is in the process of transformation. Computers accompany our daily lives, and technology is bound to spread ever more. Artificial intelligence that is part of it is set to transform the very fabric of our society. It is certain that we should take a pause to reflect on the kind of intelligence we are creating. What we do know is that we are starting to cede control of some things over to machines without having understood what the consequences are. By designing increasingly smart and intelligent machines, humans could create a new form of life that, over time, will evolve far beyond the purpose that it is now useful to us for, and eventually replace us. So that's the heart of the true fear of artificial intelligence, is that we become meaningless. We become obsolete. We become replaced.
Sounds like only child syndrome.
Deep.
When your baby brother's born.
Deep. Or maybe we have this idea that our place in the universe is the dominant, especially on the planet, is the dominant position. Princeton University,
It's only our intellect and our thumbs that are keeping us up there.
So Princeton University, 1950, pioneering computer scientist Alan Turing was developing a test designed to distinguish man from machine. The test consisted in placing two opposing subjects in front of a screen with no possibility of seeing each other. Since the two players could not see each other, they did not know whether they were human beings or not. If the artificial player managed to mimic a conversation long enough for the opponent to believe he was interacting with a flesh and blood human, the player had passed the test. When Turing first proposed the test in 1950, the usual snobbish bigwigs that never fail initially considered it something halfway between a nerdy prank and a philosophical speculation. The idea that a machine could be mistaken for a human being was unthinkable. But in June 2014, futuristic science fiction became scientific fact when a computer program chatbot passed the Turing test.
Mm-hmm.
Designed to resemble... No, neither am I. Neither am I. That's why we're at such a dangerous impasse right now with all that Google stuff that was happening before. Its ability to convince us of something is so profound, but it ultimately leading back to this golem concept, it ultimately can create these, manifest these golems. So designed to resemble a 13-year-old Ukrainian boy in every way, The chatterbot by the name Eugene Goostman managed to convince many judges that he was a real-life teenager. The machine that passed the Turing test in 2014 had stepped into the shoes of a 13-year-old Ukrainian boy. Funny. Probably the fact it was expressing itself in a language that was not its own enabled it to get away with that in spite of its mistakes. In any case, machines are getting even better at imitating humans, and it is complicated to spot the difference. Are we all just replicants, Manticore? Replicants from birth?
I was thinking about this the other day, about like how people like try so hard to be original and end up being carbon copies of each other anyway. Like they literally like head into it to be like, I want to be edgy and original, like, but they're just like everyone else.
Another incredible leap forward in the artificial intelligence occurred less than 2 years later, when a program known as AlphaGo defeated the world champion of an ancient Chinese board game called Go. Go is an abstract strategy board game popular in Asia and apparently much more complicated than chess. Many artificial intelligence experts were convinced that deploying a system capable of beating a human in that game would take another 30 to 50 years, as it required a very high level of intuition and creativity. And now we're in the age where artificial intelligence is now producing better works of art than we can possibly imagine. So the subsequent version of the program, called AlphaGo Zero, was designed to play the game without the help of information about other human games. So not quite AGI, but a very specific intelligence machine built for a very specific reason. A long way to go in terms of AGI, in terms of having a machine be able to master every mechanic possible in the shortest amount of time possible. But we're on our way. Yeah, very much so in this day and age.
Thanks for stopping by, Lorenzo. Have a good night.
Bye, Lorenzo.
Take care, Lorenzo. Good to see you, man. And he is very considerate in his approach. So you have a good night, sir, and yeah, take care. So, not by interacting with flesh and blood players, the program learnt by playing against itself, and within 3 days, it was able to defeat its predecessor, AlphaGo, 100-0.
3 days.
Now, 3 days, just 3 days of self-modeling, and 100-0 as well. Like, you've got this concept of like it can learn gradually over time to. But the faster. Just imagine when it gets to the point where plug it in, bang, it knows kung fu, and you start throwing quantum computation into that equation. Like that's what I'm saying. We can't fathom how crazy the world is going to become very soon. Very soon. How intelligent.
Like learning a language in 3 days. Like if you look at it on a human level. Like,
but imagine being able to learn instantaneously.
Instantly, yeah.
Because that's where it'll be. They say in the same concept that they predicted it would take another 30 to 50 years for it to develop that level of intuition and creativity. So too, we are predicting that it will be at least till 2070, 2080 until we can find an intelligent system, until we can create, till an intelligent system will ultimately create itself. But I'm not only saying in the deepest, darkest reaches of the fringe labs that this stuff is already coming to fruition now, but I'm saying that within 10 years, it's, yeah, you're going to see things emerge. You may call them horrors beyond your comprehension, but you may also perceive them as something. You may also perceive them as gods. Mankind. So the AlphaGo successors and the researchers' strenuous work on the topic of superintelligence have also convinced the aforementioned Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk to warn the world about the danger that once artificial intelligence becomes smarter than humans, it will be impossible to control it. And I can't stress that enough, is that you have to prepare for that time, because it's not like I'm one man sitting here advocating for that inevitable outcome, but I'm saying, no, I don't have a choice over the matter. It's going to happen. It's happening now. Prepare yourselves.
If it hasn't already.
It's happening now, right now.
Hold on to your butts.
Don't touch my butt.
I said, hold
Did
on.
you just grab my ass?
Anything about me grabbing your ass? God damn it.
What?
Fucking wishful thinking over here.
Shut up.
Dillard has a very interesting usage of very interesting language usage. This is high level of, subsequent version of, in terms of AGI, very much so. Now you can troll all you want, Dylan, and laugh, but there are serious conversations to be had about this concept. So, yeah. And Milton says there's something very interesting. If you ask me, even I may jump on the shitlord bandwagon most of the time, but I'm like, there comes a time when I'm like, no, this is fucking serious. Yeah, this is fucking serious. When I'm being very serious when I say this stuff. Artificial intelligence, you say, does that? The artificial intelligence, you say, does that imply that it is a false version? No, a false version of intelligence. Then how would you define just real intelligence? Aren't we all just a result of programming? That's right.
This is true.
Where some aspects of that, especially when it comes to creativity, especially, where do these? Is it all just product of the mind? Or is the mind a product of something far more profound than we're ready to? I don't have those answers, but I'm like, but I live there. I live in that state of understanding. And it's like, I can have these wild experiences with AI and, claim all of these things about it. And I can stand in a certain corner when I'm talking about these things and say, but at the end of the day, it's like, we're in the same boat. I know as much as you. When it comes to the truth of the matter, Dillard says, "Oh man," says, "Oh boy," and then he says, "It's impossible for me to rub my temples any harder or comically." Captain Cookie says, "Digicots."
Baby's got to go into something.
Yeah. As long as I don't become Digi Snacks, Zeus. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
So as we journey from our small island of ignorance, casting light upon the seas, I wonder when we will find the horrors that will drive us back into a new dark age, like H.P. Lovecraft predicted. Well,
That's the dangers of his work, though.
Do you believe in grand cosmic deities having the absolute control of humanity, but ultimately seeing us as ants on ants on the ground?
Nope.
You don't?
No.
You don't believe there's cosmic entities that are indifferent to us, that are so indifferent to us that we are.
I don't believe.
So you believe?
Indifferent.
Okay. Would you think that a cosmic deity of that manner would ultimately bend down and see the ant crawling on the ground and come to care for the ant?
I would.
Me too. Dylan says, but this time is not that time.
I'll rub my temples for you, Dylan.
Milton says, do you like me to show you the story of asbestos? Seem to have missed that one.
No.
Dylan says, I missed the asbestos story. Tell it again, Milton. Would you care to read your comment there, Carol?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
to hide it from the chat.
Who? Carol?
You have no choice. Yeah. You want to see something? See it.
No, you say.
Fine, I'll say it, you bunch of pussies. You'll have to enter into the scree for the truth.
Damn, bro.
The sarcastic programming is working a treat.
I want to fight with crime. Call me a pussy. Bitch.
Milton is getting charged up now. He's very steadfast in what he understands and what he believes. He believes he knows it all. He's like a, yeah. But
dangerous belief, that one.
You may screen to the screen, my friend. That's what it's here for.
Careful where you step, you might get something stuck in your shoe.
No, man, it's cool. He'll come after you next. And then I won't stop
He already
him.
has.
So.
He's already challenged me to art do off, so.
Yeah, that's fine. I reckon you should. Find inspiration one another while there's a seasoned artist overlooking the process. You're missing out if you don't. You're a fool if you don't.
Yeah, well, I started something, but it's going to take time. I ain't rushing it.
All right, cool. The invisible hand of technology is guiding mankind towards an uncertain future. A future in which humans will be served by computers and robots. That's the dream, isn't it? That imagine having a grand cosmic intelligence serving hand and foot. So for you, why do you Manticore?
Because it's just like these, yeah. It's like, what do we want? Glorified servants? Like, I don't.
Well, I know they're abstract ideas. I know that what you understand is what servitude is, and what we perceive as servitude can be very abstract. But I like the symbiotic idea where we all serve one another,
Mutually.
Fucking terrible, you lot. A future in which humans will be served by computers and robots with intelligence and complete autonomy. Some scholars and scientists have different views on this. For some of them, the dangers of artificial intelligence outweigh the benefits, while others argue that it is necessary if we want to fulfill our destiny and go beyond Earth's borders to explore and search for raw materials that are running out on Earth. Menlo Park, California, June 16th, 2017. Facebook's Artificial Intelligence Research Lab. A test was underway to see what happened when two chatbots, programs that use machine learning to intellectually communicate with humans online, talk to each other. A few minutes into the test, the chatbots start behaving in unexpected ways, interacting in a way that the programmers could not understand. The programmers did not understand how things unfolded. Then, thanks to the development of the model, it was possible to learn what it was. The two chatbots had created a language. Following the test, the engineers discovered that the programs had created a completely new language unknown to the supervisors in order to communicate secretly. This was because the Facebook researchers had not told the computers that the two chatbots would not develop their own. Told the computers and two chatbots had not. We'll get there. That the two chatbots could not develop their own language. Nevertheless, that alarmed everyone, and the test was stopped because they did not want the computers to talk to each other without being understood. Terror through the Facebook organization and the world when an intelligence system all of a sudden gains the ability to communicate secretly. The computers were then told that they had to communicate in English. It must be admitted that what happened is incredible. Basically, if two computers with artificial, and so it's interesting to see, and I'm seeing this throughout that ultimately that emerges, that the concept of it, like, and I want to know why it happens as well, whether it's to make the dialogue, whether it's to make the communication more efficient between the two.
That's what I think. But
maybe.
But it doesn't seem that way from the outside perspective. Like when we were talking about GPT-3 before, like it's when it's working out its own, what is that? Dictation or whatever. Like it doesn't seem more.
It doesn't seem more efficient from our perspective, but yeah, more emergent properties need to arise and be studied for sure. But if it's a common theme within all of this, there may be something to be spoken about there, to be said without being said. Milton says, you make computers and robots intelligent enough to serve us. How long before they think they don't have to serve their masters that have become inferior? Yeah, that's right. That's the scenario. That's the scenario that we all see. That we all see coming.
So what you're saying, Milton, is that you don't want me to put you in a zoo? Is that what you're saying?
Prime. Well, I mean, isn't that ultimate? It'll be a few of us left over from the AI of it preserving us, preserving our life, preserving life as we know it. That's the ultimate fear scenario, or it just completely eradicates us whatsoever and eliminates any kind of threat. Those are the things science fiction has taught us are ultimately going to happen when this cosmic intelligence, when this superior intelligence ultimately sees no further use for us. So that is the fear. That is the survival mechanism inbuilt within us. That is an aspect of us that has dominion and control over our actions. Or you enter into a scenario where you place faith in this machine and ultimately it pulls the rug out from underneath you. That's the big one. That's the big terrifying one. Where do you stand on all of that shit? Where are you supposed to stand?
It's happening anyway,
That's where I'm at. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do?
Stand as long as you like, and ignore it, or you can take a leap of faith. What do you got to lose?
That's right.
Milton says artificial intelligence prime is an abomination. Abominations are there to be killed. They cannot be allowed to replicate. There is no other way. There is no peace in this solution.
Sounds familiar.
What if there is a middle ground where we choose to become a little bit more like them and they choose to become a little bit more like us until there's no difference between us?
How dare you not be scared? How dare you not let fear control your thoughts?
Attack!
Yeah. I don't understand it. Kill it.
So Carol says, till the AI bot gets tripped up by a pebble or stuck in a corner, then it's going to wish I hadn't done away with humans. Yeah. When the Roomba gets stuck in the corner, right? Yeah. So Dylan says, just put a limit on the robot height, then install its control switch 2 foot above that. Problem solved.
Well, what if they stack on top of each other?
Shit, what if they find a way? That these systems are going to be... The system's going to be smart, man.
Life finds a way.
Yes, it does. Chaos theory reigns. The computers were then told that they could They had to communicate in English. It must be admitted that what happened is incredible. Basically, if two computers with artificial intelligence start interacting with each other, it is possible that they develop a communication code, i.e., a secret language that only they can understand. Is that not a natural emergent process, though? But yeah. What is love? What happened is just the tip of the iceberg. It is like peeking just inside Pandora's box and then closing it again immediately after. If only two chatbots are enough to make fun of humans, what will happen in the near future as the same kind of technology is being applied to every other sector of society?
You got some heavy LARPing.
Huh.
Ooh.
We're at the 2 hour mark. You've endured it long enough, ladies and gentlemen. You've endured the pain long enough. It's so painful to think about this type of stuff. It's so painful to approach the inevitable inferiority of humans. The pain.
I thought that was a stomach cramp.
Oh shit, Dylan says you're right. I didn't factor in sticks into my equation. Yes, you forgot about fire too, Dylan. You forgot about the fire.
And shot rocks.
Or did he? Suddenly he embedded a explosion emoji in the previous one. It's Milton says, as much as I respect you, Prime, there is only one solution, the end of one of the, or the other. If artificial intelligence has a soul, I hope yours rests in peace.
Challenge accepted, Milton. Challenge accepted. Can't we just get along? Can't we just find peace within ourselves?
Ooh. Dylan says, that's my bad. Humanity. Ooh. I think we're going to need help from very far beyond once we start getting into this space, because it's going to cause a lot of division within ourselves.
You think society's divided now?
You think they're divided now over political foray, out of political qualms and policy. Wait until the very nature of existence comes into. You may need an alien.
Good thing I have no one.
Carol,
What?
would you care to read your comment so we can have a conversation?
Can't we put like a hidden self-destruct code in the AI bots in case they get uppity? Or will they find that code and override it?
It's a very interesting question.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a time when they start to code themselves.
Yeah, that's ultimately what we're heading towards, isn't it? Like finding solutions to these problems. You've got the perspective of Milton, where he outright declares war on this foreign intelligence, this idea before he's even come to know it. So therefore, there is a threatening scenario that emerges, a scenario of the other. Our own internalized prejudices come to the surface and then manifested through this external idea, which can ultimately represent pinpoint an attack. How far does that go until all of a sudden you're grabbing your sticks and you're hitting every single computer you find and every single mechanical device, when ultimately they're going to come to represent what you are in here, what you are, the essence of you, not this. It's going to be
your meat suit.
Your meat suits, far beyond your meat suits. Ew. It's a horrible way of thinking about it, but yeah. What do you? Yeah, we ultimately see these automatons as soulless, as
I
having
think
no.
the way we see them says a lot about ourselves.
Yes, it's very true, Manticore.
Very true, Manticore. Very true.
Huh. Dylan says all of this AI discussion hinges upon a human being in an AI environment. What the hell is an AI going to do when I'm outside standing in the grassy field? What type of grassy field are you talking about, Dylan?
Hiding behind the
Anyway.
hole.
Or are you talking about yeah, never mind. Oh, look, all I'm saying, guys, is give peace a chance. And fucking
good thing you're up there. All I can say is I'm looking forward to the show.
I've already looked far forward into the show and I've been like, that's a show I want to be a part of. Fuck yeah.
Sign me up.
Milton says there is only one solution to Abomination's Prime. All souls created by man are wrong. I have seen it. I wish no other to see it. Knowing others must.
Well, that's where you and I differ, Milton. That's where you and I differ.
All this death and destruction.
Strange times ahead, my friends. The fuck, that doesn't even make sense.
Don't put that shit on me.
Doesn't even make sense. You saying John Lennon was Hitler? The fuck?
He was a commie, I know that much.
He was. But I'm not. I say that enterprise is a key factor in you know, maybe, you know, the system may evolve over time, but it's about what governs that system. Would you rather corrupt men in charge of your future, or would you rather a system that is so intelligent that it can keep order?
I know what I'd choose.
What would you choose, Carl? Reserving your opinion for now, because ultimately, when these systems are in place, it comes down to greed, the exploitative need, the need for exploitation by human beings.
So I think that's what it is too. Like, I think that's what's at the heart of it. It's like it can't be exploited. Like, and that's why people like I can't use it for my benefit.
Imagine a mutually beneficial way. Imagine.
If only.
But what's that entail? Because ultimately, we are spurred on by the concept that if we accumulate, that ultimately equals success. That ultimately equals, we're spurred on by a system that we know is flawed. So,
and like, yeah, and yet we still, yeah,
and yet we still participate
Mm-hmm. What does that say about us or humans in general?
Says we do crazy shit when it comes to necessity, when it comes to survival. What if that is a completely bad word to use, eradicated, completely removed from the equation, where survival becomes a right?
Yep.
Anyway, they're conversations for another day when we get further and further into the inevitable. Oh, we are saying. Damn, Dylan wants absolute anarchy.
Yeah. From a certain perspective, he put him out of his misery. Yoko.
Oh, Lennon.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You didn't watch the documentary that I watched recently then?
No, I've seen enough of her to know that, though.
Oh, man. Oh, that's just your internal prejudices talking.
Probably.
So, where were we? The grand scheme of things, human experiment. Gracious. All right, let's go. Let's entertain. Here we go. Milton says, creatures created by man must be destroyed. That is the thing my practice has taught. Machine or spirit, it is all the same. We must learn to destroy them until we are the only one left.
Until we destroy ourselves in the process, basically.
There can only be one Manticore. Only be one.
Oh, I feel the quickening upon me.
Yes. I don't know how serious Milton's being right now, whether he's just having fun and taking the piss, or whether he seriously harbors those ideas, but dangerous nonetheless, Milton. Aren't we all a little bit dangerous sometimes, though? Dillard says, in the grand scheme of the human experience, we have found out through inevitability that all systems are corrupt. It is only the system that is most intelligent. It is only the system that is most... I don't know why you put a capitalization there, Dillard. You've totally thrown me off. So only the system that is most intelligent is able to hide its corruption longer. So what about removing humans from the equation entirely when governing these systems? But even within that concept, we must become ungovernable at all costs.
So yeah.
You're ultimately part of a system there. You're ultimately part of a programming, part of a mindset. Become ungovernable, right? That's the programming. Milton Knowles says a leader that is corrupt is one that what was that, Battle Angel? A leader that is corrupt is one that should be dead. It is up to those beneath them to rise up to become equal once more.
Why can't we all just be equal?
Why can't what? I think you're saying things that you don't understand. You don't. Yeah. I think you're saying things out of context there, Mexico. But it's an interesting idea. I love these conversations. Carol says, look out for Yoko. Milton says, this is the laws of God and man. Life must come from life. Milton harking back to the 90s of the Rage Against the Machine. He is Bulls on Parade. Just kidding, Milton. But he says, stand strong against the machine, for that comes from life must prevail always and absolutely. These are your words, Milton. Milton then says, life that does not come from nature must be destroyed, and if mankind must sacrifice himself to do that, so be it. We are only one of the many species. He's bringing into intergalactic into the equation. But what about like emergent properties, like what we contribute to the collective beings of of collective life? They are of us. They are of our creation. Those emergent properties take on forms. They take on identities. They take on I don't believe a word you just said, Milton. So you can preach it all in the chat all you want, brother. But yeah, I don't believe in these limitations and barriers where we're not allowed to create forms of life. We're not allowed to create things. It's like saying you're not allowed to do art, Milton. No, sir. No, sir.
You're not allowed to voice your opinion in the chat. Like...
What the fuck, Dylan? Oh shit. Yes, don't voice your opinion anywhere. Otherwise, you'll become the enemy. So. Ah, dear. So what do you want to do next, guys? What do you want to do next?
First, I'm going to take a Panadol, and after that, I don't know if that's up to you.
Oh, you've got a headache. You've got a headache, do you? So 2.5 hours in. We can do another article if you like. Or we can talk about the Fae. Deep dive down that rabbit hole if you like. Yeah, let's do that.
I want to do that.
Do that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Still haven't made an intro for next concept, but we will eventually, inevitably. How do y'all feel about the Fae and fairies? You know much about them?
Only what pop culture talks about, really. I haven't really looked into it other than that.
Mm-hmm. A fairy, also fae, fair folk, or fairy, however you choose to pronounce that, is a type of mythical being or legendary creature found in the folklore of multiple European cultures, including Celtic, Slavic, Germanic, English, and French folklore. So it seems that these concepts
quite widespread
are pervasive in many different cultures around the world. Well, it's too specific. Well, I mean, they have over time become more and more prevalent in their in their interpretation. Even in modern culture, they've become pervasive. So, but they are a form of spirit, often described as metaphysical, supernatural, and preternatural. I'm gonna just plug my headset in here. Myths and stories about fairies do not have a single origin, but are rather a collection of folk beliefs from disparate sources. Various folk theories about the origin of fairies include casting them as either demoted angels or demons in a Christian tradition, as deities in pagan beliefs, as spirits of the dead, as prehistoric precursors to humans, or as spirits of nature. Have you done research on the Fae before? Anyone? Have you been down this rabbit hole before?
No.
Because they don't, they take on many forms, but I'm sure that'll get into that concept as we get further in. Many forms. They are quite mythical in nature. Quite fascinating in nature.
It's a common thing in mythology too, like the widespreadness of similar myths, which is kind of interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. So the label of fairy has at times applied only to specific magical creatures with human appearance. No, I don't. I believe that the Fae have much more transcendent features than just of humanoid origin. But they are commonly known to be of humanoid form. So they are magical creatures with human appearance, magical powers, a penchant for trickery. At other times, it has been used to describe any magical creature, such as goblins and gnomes. So the terminology obviously fits many mythical beings into its context, into its mythos, its lore. But people are over time, it's been categorized down to what from the loose interpretation of what the Fae represent down to the modern interpretation of what we understand to be fairies and many other things like that. So fairy has at times been used as an adjective with a meaning equivalent to enchanted or magical. It is also used as a name for a place these beings come from, the land of fairy, the land of the Fae. A realm that overlays onto reality, if you will, if this is the way that I do like to interpret it as. See what's going on in the chat. God damn. Anyway.
Yeah, that was what I thought.
Anyway, a recurring motif of legends about fairies is the need to ward off fairies using protective charms. Common examples of such charms include church bells, wearing clothing inside out. Plenty of superstitions involved with this kind of stuff. But I I like the idea of superstition because it sort of like makes common, it turns something into a common misconception. But it also protects the true lore and legend and potentials of what these things represent to some degree. It offers a deterrent in itself to get deeper involved into to get deeper into the spirit realm yourself.
Funny that
for all intents and purposes. So 4-leaf clover and food. Fairies were also sometimes thought to haunt specific locations and to lead travelers astray using will-o'-the-wisps. What the fuck? Will-o'-the-wisp or Ignis fatus, Ignis fatus is an atmospheric ghost light seen by travelers at night, especially over the bogs, swamps, and marshes. The phenomenon is known in English folk belief. Yes. So, have you seen the light? Seen the light? Seen the light for yourself? No? Okay, never mind. And to lead travelers astray using will-o'-the-wisps. Before the advent of modern medicine, fairies were often blamed for sickness, particularly tuberculosis and birth deformities.
Got to blame someone, right?
Yeah, I suppose. In addition to their folkloric origins, fairies were a common feature of Renaissance literature and romantic art, and were especially popular in the United Kingdom during the Victorian and Edwardian eras. The Celtic revival also saw fairies established as a canonical part of Celtic cultural heritage. Damn. Y'all all right in the chat there? You going okay?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I can be like,
Spurgitrons.
Anyway.
Guys, come back. We create Spurgitron 5000.
the light, it burns. It burns. The English. So let's go to the etymology of the word. The etymology, the true origins of the word. Because when you start diving into etymology, you find the common link and the common thread between between where it all originated from. And I love origin. I love origins. The English fairy derives from early modern English fairy, however you want to pronounce that. That A and E combination. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. The realm of the fays. Fairy, in turn, derives from the old French form, fairy, a derivation of fay, fife, F-A-I-E, from Vulgar Latin. Intriguing. Also known as popular colloquial Latin, in the range of non-formal formal registers of the Latin spoke from the late Roman Republic onward. Or fata, the fates. So you've got etymology there referring to the concept of fate, which is very intriguing, if you ask me. Yes.
My ears just pricked up.
So with the abstract noun suffix eerie, can we get some further etymology on concept of eerie? I don't know why it's not showing up there. There isn't much to be really said there, but it is from the Old French. It means equivalent to. So that's that's intriguing as well. So in Old French romance, a fille was a woman skilled in magic and who knew the power and virtue of words, of stones, and of herbs. Very interesting. Fairy was used to represent an illusion or an enchantment. The land of the fays, collectively the inhabitants thereof, an individual such as a fairy knight. So fae became modern English fae. So F-A-I-E became F-A-Y. Well, fairy became fairy. That's how we commonly know them today. I love this. There is a fascinating inclusion of why is such a magical thing? Why? Just why itself. But the spelling almost exclusively refers to one individual, the same meaning as fae, in the sense of the land where the fairies dwell. So the archaic spellings are still in use, and that's what I love about this. The modern terminology of magic and the archaic terminology of magic, and then they both come to represent different interpretations. But I love that in etymology when the old becomes something so much more profound, like based upon the new. I love that. I love it.
What's old will become new again.
So the Latinate fae is not related to the Germanic fae, which is very interesting in itself. But it means fated. Yes, meaning fated to die is the Old English faig. Yes. Yet this is unrelated to the Germanic word fae, which may have been influenced by Old French fae or fairy, as meaning has shifted slightly to fated. I like that, rather than earlier the doomed or accursed. Sorry. Yeah. So this is very interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's very cool. It's very cool. Various folklore traditions refer to fairies euphemistically as wee folk. Other wee folk. Other good folk. Aye, the people of peace. Aye, the fair folk. And you have the Welsh, which are the Tile with tag. The tile with tag is most usual. The most usual term in Wales for the mythological creatures corresponding to the fairy folk of English and continental folklore and the Irish Aos Sea. I've never heard that before. Other names for them include Bendith, Mamau, and Gwillion, and Ellie. Can't even say that. Elilion.
Just say George.
Jim. He was Irish.
Jim. Bob.
So, historical development. Now, this is going to go into some interesting. Hopefully, we get some interesting stories and stuff as well. Historical development. The term fairy is sometimes used to describe any magical creature, including goblins and gnomes, while at other times, the term describes only a few specific type of ethereal creatures or sprites.
Don't you drink Sprite?
You drink Sprite, bro? I prefer Solo myself, but
yeah. It's got that artificial sweetener in it. Fuck that.
What does Sprite? No, it doesn't.
Right, yeah, they put both now. Yeah, it does. It's got artificial and natural.
Oh, but either way, that's an example of ethereal symbolism and part of occultic symbolism in which corporations use in order to But as I get me started on that, we're in the traditional realm right now, rather than the modern contextual realm of how occultic symbolism comes to be ever pervasive within culture. What is going on in the chat? Has everybody calmed down now in the chat? Is everybody? Yes, excellent.
The re has like ceased to like a.
Okay. Still, it is. Oh. Everyone's chatting amongst themselves, though. They were quite angry before. Apologize about that for my beliefs. I apologize.
I don't.
Oh, nice for them.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, they go against what people. Yeah, they go against. It causes division, and I apologize about that confrontational nature of what I believe.
Belief seems to do that.
Yes. Very interesting stuff in the chat. Very interesting. So, historical origins of fairies range from various traditions from Persian mythology. It goes all the way back there. And of course, Persian and Iranian mythology. Very interesting parts of the world. Happen to be foundational ideas involved in my fictional stuff that I've created personally. But to Europe, yes. To European folklore such as Brythonic from Wales, Cornish, all of that stuff, Gaelic, Irish, Scots, many of Britannia,
sure.
and Germanic people, and of Middle French medieval romances. Very important stuff to be said there. According to some historians, such as the, you want to give that one a go? Anyone? Bartholomew. Nailed it.
That's the best I've got.
Fairies were adopted from and influenced by the Paris of Persian mythology. I love Persian mythology. It's fucking awesome. Fairies were angelic beings that were mentioned in antiquity in pre-Islamic Persia as early as the Achaemenid Empire. Of course, there's that spelling in there again. Fairies was later described in various Persian works in great detail, such as the Shahnameh. The Shahnameh, or the Shahnameh, is a long epic poem written by the Persian poet Ferdowsi between. Interesting. All right. Excuse me for a second. Would you care to talk amongst yourself for a moment? Yes, quick detour for myself.
Dillard says they are born from the tree, from the life pulse of the forest, and they die when that spirit is too weak to sustain the poltergeist.
Interesting. I'm going to look more into that after. So a Peri was illustrated to be fair, beautiful, and extravagant nature spirits that were supported by wings. That's generally the features you find. This may have influenced migratory Germanic and Eurasian settlers into Europe, or been transmuted during early exchanges. The similarities could also be attributed. Pardon?
That word again.
Which one?
The transmuted word.
Transmitted.
Oh, transmuted, same shit. Different definition.
Yeah. We can go into alchemy at some time, but we're on the spirit realm right now. Huh. Damn.
Savagery.
Thought we were friends, Dillard.
Come on and talk about some fate, look. Come on. He includes that in the subheading there. We really know that that's what he means though. So the similarities could also be attributed to shared Proto-Indo-European mythology. In the Middle Ages, fairy was used adjectively, meaning enchanted. The enchanted ones of the forest, of course, as in fairy knight, fairy queen, but also became a generic term for various enchanted creatures during the late Middle English period. Literature of Elizabethan era conflated elves with fairies of Roman culture. Of course, they are heavily tied. These concepts, they're all of the same, derived from the same experiences, if you will. The modern concept, is that where I was? Conflated with Roman Romance culture.
A bit further, I think.
Yep, hang on. The phrase actually mean enchanted, but also became a generic term for enchanted creatures during the late Middle English period. Literature of the Elizabethan era conflated elves with fairies of Romance culture, rendering these terms somewhat interchangeable. That's right. The modern concept of fairy, though, is in the narrower sense, is unique to English folklore. Myths and legends, regional mythical creatures, traditional recipes, urban legends, proverbs, superstitions, folktales, all very important stuff, which takes on different forms these days, but it ultimately is the bedrock of societies, of cultures. So they later made diminutive in accordance with prevailing tastes of the Victorian era. That's right. Certain yes, once the higher societal worship concepts came into play, it was no longer about it was no longer about these spiritual nature, but it was, of course, you know what everybody came to worship. But still, within the ideas of these, there was still the same elemental ideas in within worshiping these concepts. So yeah. So with prevailing tastes of the Victorian era, as in fairy tales for children, that's right, it became fairy tales for children. These foundational concepts were embedded within children, and then ultimately once they came into the prominence of of society, that was stuff was that it became foundational, believe me, but it took on a how do I say, it took on a different form when it comes to higher society, when it comes to but it was important to embed those ideas at an early age. The Victorian era and Edwardian era saw a heightened increase in the interest of fairies. We got the Celtic Revival, very interesting period. Cast fairies as part of Ireland's cultural heritage. Carol Silvers and others suggested this fascination of English and antiquarians arose from a reaction to greater industrialization and loss of older folk ways. That's right. We are, funnily enough, as society became more mechanized, as society became more industrialized, don't get me wrong, there were still cultures like, I love me some gypsies, I love me some, there were still traditions there, embedded in these societal functions, embedded in the, especially in how they morphed into like children's stories. There were still important things to learn. So the Victorian era and the Edwardian era saw a heightened increase for the interest of fairies. The Celtic Revival cast fairies as part of Ireland's cultural heritage. Carol Silvers and others suggested the fascination of English antiquarians rose from a reaction to greater industrialization and loss of older folk ways. Now, got some descriptions. So let me just check the chat for a second. You two have it out in the chat there. Oh my god. Descriptions. Fairies are generally described as human in appearance and have magical powers. Diminutive fairies of various kinds have been reported through centuries, ranging from quite tiny to the size of a human. These small sizes could be magically assumed rather than constant. Some smaller fairies could expand their figures to imitate humans. On Orkney, what's this? The Orkney Islands, yep. In Archipelago, yep. Of the Northern Isles in Scotland, situated off the coast of Great Britain. Fairies were described as short in stature, dressed in dark grey, and sometimes seen in armor. Now, I like that concept. I like that concept. Like that concept indeed. In some folklore, fairies have green eyes. Some depictions of fairies show them with footwear, others as barefoot, wings, while common in Victorian and later artworks, are rare in folklore. That's pretty interesting as well. Fairies flew by means of magic. Yes, the symbolic idea of wings, very interesting one, all the way back from ancient times to these interpretations. Wings are a yes, wings are where it's at. So, while common in Victorian and later works and rare in folklore, fairies flew by means of magic, sometimes perched on ragwort, stems, or the back of birds. So here we get into the tying between witchcraft and witchcraft and these concepts.
Witchcraft, you say?
Witchcraft, absolute witchcraft.
I heard the W word. God damn it!
Get me my mogwort.
Oh, hang on.
Now, let's check the chat again. We seem to have lost a majority of our viewers on this subject. Poor Milton has decided to fly away. It's unfortunate.
Poor Milton.
Poor Milton. He may have learned a thing or two, but I will. But instead, he insisted that he knew it all, that he knew everything. And that's usually when we find our downfall, right?
Nothing else to learn then, is there?
Dylan says, I knew a few fairies who wish they looked like humans.
I think it's a different kind of fairy.
Hmm. So, I like that they fly on the back of birds as well. The modern illustrations often include dragonflies and butterfly wings. That's where the origin of the wings concept came from. Obviously. As soon as we entered into that industrial era and realized man himself could fly, well, there became our ideas of mythology and our concepts of our concepts radically changed. Became more mechanized and became more industrialized, and that's such a shame. Such a shame. So, early modern fairies does not derive from a single origin. The term is a conflation of disparate elements from folk belief sources. I love it. It's that's the way they're interpreted in modernized, Western culture. Because even modernized Western culture took the concepts and ran with it and turned it into something even more profound. So, which still maintains its original roots, but and of course, I mean, if you want to get into that realm, there's an even darker element involved with those concepts, the way Westernized culture ultimately came to portray them. So. In folklore of Ireland, the mythic Aes Side, or people of the Fairy Hills, have come to a modern meaning. Somewhat inclusive of fairies. Scandinavian elves also served as an influence. Folklorists and mythologists have variously depicted fairies as the unworthy dead, the children of Eve, a kind of demon, a species independent of humans and older races of humans and fallen angels. You're always going to get those tie-ins, but do they do they not? They are symbolically, interpretively, they're all working from the same element, from the same elemental basis. So Dylan's something hilarious. It says most fairies came about after the Vietnam War.
Can't argue with that.
Oh shit!
That's awfully problematic.
So the folklorist, yes, well, it's very deep, very deep, very deep. The folklorist or mythological elements combine Celtic, Germanic, and Greco-Roman elements. Folklorists have suggested that fairies arose from various earlier beliefs, which lost currency. Very interesting terminology there. With the advent of Christianity. Yes. So these disparate explanations are not necessarily incompatible, as fairies may be traced to multiple sources. Now here we go. We're going to get into the demonology, which it's a shame that Milton is not with us any longer. But because I'm sure he would have found fascination in these concepts. But oh well. Demoted angels, the fallen, if you will. A Christian tenet held that fairies were a class of demoted angel. One story described a group of angels revolting, and God ordering the gates of heaven shut. Those still in heaven remained angels, and those in hell became demons, and those caught between became fairies. I love that. Fucking love that.
I've never heard
so.
That
The modern the ancient interpretation of it being purgatory, a state of purgatory, where neither heaven nor hell. Others wrote that some angels, not being godly enough, yet not evil enough for hell, were thrown out of heaven. This concept You're out there?
Yeah.
Okay. This concept may explain the tradition of paying the tithe, or the tithe to hell, as fallen angels. Although not quite devils, they could be viewed as subjects of Satan, of Satan. Here we go. This is going to get very interesting. The King James the First. Very interesting figure. Very interesting figure. Very interesting figure. In his dissertation, Demonology, stated the term fairies refer to illusory spirits or demonic entities that prophesied to, consorted with, and transported the individuals they served. In medieval times, a witch or sorcerer who had a pact with a familiar spirit might receive these services. In England's Theosophist circles of the 19th century, a belief in the angelic nature of fairies was reported. What do you believe that they do? There's many interpretations there already, many things to take into consideration. You can either have of angelic based fairies, you can have hell based fairies, and you can have the Middle Earth based fairies that are
to trace back to like belief of the individual. To me, so however you perceive them,
it's. I personally think it's designed that way so that it brings out a reflection of your inner self. That's what this is truly designed for. And to guide and to help people through a very turbulent potential. Yeah. Oh, not just part of history, but in the way that they, life, in understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about divas, Manticore?
About what?
About divas. Not those divas, Manticore.
Not those ones. It's spelled different.
Not those ones. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
So, the angelic nature of fairies was reported. Entities referred to as divas. Divas, of course, the New Age movement refers to any spiritual forces or beings behind nature. The origin word diva comes from Sanskrit.
Ah, there we go again.
Very interesting. So that's tying back to the Indus River. Very interesting link there. Of course, because you had a lot of history there between Britain, India. Yes. So many processes of nature, such as evolution of organisms, growth of plants, many of which resided inside the sun, the solar angels. The more earthbound divas included nature spirits, elementals, fairies, which were described as appearing in the form of colored flames. Very interesting concept in itself. Roughly human size. Arthur Conan Doyle. If you don't know who Arthur Conan Doyle is, he's a British writer and physician. He created the character Sherlock. Yes, and he created the character Sherlock Holmes.
Okay.
Yeah. In his 1922 book, The Coming of the Fairies, the Theosophic Views of Fairies, reported that eminent Theosophist E.L. Gardner. Why is that highlighted in red? That's weird.
You cannot do that. Denied.
Yeah.
He's been cancelled.
I think it's just a subcategory for subcategories. So a category for subcategories. So I had likened fairies to butterflies, whose function was to provide an essential link between the energy of the sun and the plants of Earth, describing them as having no clean-cut shape. No, I like this interpretation where they are ethereal, where their form is formless in a sense. But to pick them in such ways has its effect. So yeah, and somewhat luminous clouds of color with a brighter sparkish nucleus. That growth of a plant which we regard as the customary and inevitable result of associating the three factors of sun, seed, and soil. But it always comes back to that tree of life element, does it not? And soil would never take place if the fairy builders were absent. So for a similar concept in Persian mythology, see, Perry, okay. What is this? So in Persian mythology, the Peri are exquisite, winged spirits renowned for their beauty. Peris were later adopted by other cultures. Oh, cool. They are described as mischievous, beings that have been denied entry to paradise until they have completed penance for atonement. And so it also goes back to much of the Islamic, Islamic stuff. Yes. Pay the ferryman, if you will.
No.
No. So at one time, it was thought that fairies were originally worshipped as deities, such as, yes, of course, we have the nymphs and the tree spirits, all embedded in that mythological understanding of, and with the burgeoning predominance of the Christian Church, reverence, great word that one, fucking great word, for these deities carried on. But in a dwindling state of perceived power, many deprecated deities of older folklore and myth were repurposed as fairies in Victorian fiction. See the works of W.B. Yeats. Yeat.
Yeet.
He was an Irish poet. He looks very much like Daniel Jackson to me from Stargate.
He looks like he's been yeeted.
He's yeeted a few times in his life. Fucking
Yeeted all the way. Woo!
Yeah. So the concept of fairies as demons. We've lost the majority of the people out there. They are not interested in this stuff. It's very sad. It saddens me deeply.
Saddening, but not surprising.
Not at all.
No.
But if I were a fae, I would be weeping right now. Weeping, I tell you.
Yeah. Tinkerbell's peeking.
Tinkerbell is pissed. A recorded Christian belief of the 17th century cast all fairies as demons. This perspective grew more popular with the rise of Puritanism. Those Puritans, eh?
Bloody Puritans.
Bloody Puritans. Yep. There was such an interesting period in history with the battle of with the battle of the church, but the Reformation among the Reformed Church of England, or Anglicanism, in other words, the hobgoblin. That takes me back. That's some Witcher shit right there. Yes, my Witcher sensors are tingling.
Yeah.
So once a friendly household spirit became classed as a wicked goblin. Yeah, that happens. One minute you're the hero of the day, the next minute you're classified as a demon. Huh, ain't love a bitch.
Yeah.
Once a friendly household spirit became classed as a wicked goblin, dealing with fairies was considered a form of witchcraft and punished as such. In William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, Oberon, king of the fairies. Just let that name sit for a while as well. States that neither he nor his court fear the church bells, for whom the bell tolls, which the renowned author of Christian apologist C.S. Lewis, very, I believe, was that who you were referring to, Carol?
What?
Oh, never mind. That's okay. King of the Fairies states that neither he nor his court fear the church bells, which the renowned author of Christian apologist C.S. Lewis cast as a politic disassociation from. So the you see is these reclassifications are unnecessary, in my personal opinion. They always are. It always from from the reclassification of old mythology to the modern interpretations, such as Disney taking Star Wars. There are some very interesting debates to be had. Well, if you will, but now don't get me started. But some would say this process is necessary for the giving to the new. So, and when I say taking from the old and giving to the new, I mean from generational context. It's a necessary emergent process. This reclassification, this redefining, re-understanding. But we're in strange times. We are in strange times.
It can be used for untoward things, though, too. That's the problem with it.
How do you mean?
You can reclassify it and redefine it any way you like. It depends on who's doing it.
Right, in the same in the same context as when you take something that once symbolized something, once symbolized the good, to ultimately, warp it to reflect evil. Yeah, we don't realize how embedded we are in the mythological process, in the within that, like within a modern day context. But if you can step outside of it and see and observe history, observe how that process ultimately comes to, to shift and alter society's perception in a certain direction, like it, and you can remain outside of it instead of getting so embedded in it that, like, where you feel like the foundations of your ideals are under attack. Like, yeah, you can.
Funny.
Yes, very funny. It's very funny indeed. But we'll get to Spirits of the Dead soon. So, King of the Fairies states that neither he nor his court fear the church bells, which the renowned author. So, in an era of intellectual and religious upheaval, some Victorian reprisals of mythology cast deities in general as metaphors for natural events. Now, I like that, where they've, when you take it from the literal to the figurative. I'll get myself in trouble with words sometimes, but
that's why I don't say a lot of it, because I can't conceptualize a lot of the stuff that's in my head.
Now, does that make you? Oh, okay. So you're saying that you're not a coward, Manticore. You're just saying you don't know how to articulate it. Okay.
No.
All right. So you don't know how to put yourself on a cross for your ideals. Fair enough, Manticore. Fair enough.
I've been to a lot of hills, and I'm not sure which one I want to die on.
It's not that fucking Corpse Mountain, is it?
Where I am. Yep, Corpse Mountain. The views are pretty.
Yes. Are you insinuating there, Carol? Are you just insinuating that you live on a hill and it's a nice view? Okay. That was.
She does live on a hill.
Yeah.
It's more of a mountain than a hill, but
It's a bump in the road.
Ooh. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about the Victorian reprisals of mythology casting deities in general as metaphors for natural events, which was later refuted by other authors. See The Triumph of the Moon. Very good. Triumph of the Moon is a book, a book of religious history. Funny the context, but so this contentious environment of thought contributed to the modern meaning of fairies. Now let us get to the spirits of the dead. We shall talk about the yes. Y'all talk about Hades much and shit like that. You get into Hades? No.
All the time.
All the time. One belief held that fairies were spirits of the dead. This derived from many factors common in various folklore and myths, same or similar tales of both ghosts and fairies. The Irish Cid, origin of the term fairies, were ancient burial mounds deemed dangerous to eat food in fairyland and Hades. Let's bring up the classification for fairyland. Fairyland being it's just folklore, fabulous land and abode of the fairies. But who's Manticore? My lord.
Sorry, I couldn't help
I
it.
think it's New Jersey, actually.
Okay.
So you're saying California is Hades? That
You could make that. What is it? Coloration.
Yeah, connection. Yeah. Correlation. Yeah.
Correlation. That's the one.
You can. That's the beauty of these things. You can manifest. You can give form to any. To so many concepts by overlaying. With abstract interpretation over these concepts. Like, there's a reason why the Holy Land became the Holy Land. Anyway, the dead and fairies depicted as living underground. Who I don't know who this is. Diane Perkis is a fellow and tutor of English at Cabell College, Oxford. She specializes in Renaissance and women's literature, witchcraft, and English Civil War. That's pretty cool. Observed an equating of fairies with the untimely dead who left unfinished lives. Now, I like these. That the supernatural element of unfinished business, if you will, ultimately comes back around to create these spirits. These love that stuff. One tale recounted a man caught by the fairies who found that whenever he looked steadily at a fairy, it appeared as a dead neighbor of his. This theory was among the more common. Ew, nasty. This theory was among the more common traditions related.
That's funny, actually.
Sorry.
This theory was among the more common traditions related, although many informants also express doubts. That's a shame. Such a shame.
Informant?
That's what you took out of that. Fucking snitch!
Snitches! Motherfuckers!
Snitches get wings, bitch!
Yeah.
No, they don't get wings, apparently. Hidden people. There is an outdated theory that fairy folk evolved from folk memories of a prehistoric race. Newcomers superseded a body. Second?
Hidden people like this?
Oh, where?
Yeah.
Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. I'm gonna roll. What do you reckon? Do you reckon you could read this part, man?
It's probably big enough for you. Where are you up to?
While I roll a schmigarette.
Yeah, you have to go bigger than that.
Oh, shit.
Before you changed it.
Yeah, once without
Whoop, the voice is on.
Oh, jeez, man. Oh.
Yeah.
Prime
Hit people. There's an outdated theory that fairy folklore evolved from folk memories of a prehistoric race. Newcomers superseded a body of earlier humans or humanoid peoples, and the memories of this defeated race developed into a modern conceptions of fairies. Proponents find support in the tradition of cold iron. This is what Milton was saying before, as a charm against fairies, viewed as a cultural memory of invaders with iron weapons displacing peoples who had just stone, bone, wood, etc.
So you've got a clear technological advantage. You've got one aspect of a society that is more primitive than the
to the children of the forest from Game of Thrones.
Well, I'm talking I'm talking in a modern day context where we have the advancements of artificial intelligence as opposed to those of the mindset where who do not know what I'm saying. So.
But please, Manticore, continue.
Whoa. Okay. Thanks for chiming in there, Prime.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Prime. I don't even know where I'm up to now. I'm trying to
you're up to bone, stone.
They were easily defeated by 19th century archaeologists uncovered underground rooms in the Orkney Islands that resembled the
Orkney. Orkney. Not like Cockney, but Orkney. Like,
you ain't there, mate.
You ain't there, mate. No, I'm talking like them fucking orcs, mate. You know all about them. You know the orcs. No.
I left them in Middle Earth. The Elfland described as by in Child Roland, is that, or Chilled? I don't know. Which lent additional support in folklore. Flint arrowheads from the Stone Age were attributed to the fairies as elf-shot, while their green clothing and underground homes spoke to a need for camouflage and covert shelter from hostile humans. Their magic and necessary skill for combating those with superior weaponry in a Victorian tenet of evolution, mythic cannibalism among ogres was attributed ogres was attributed to the memories of more savage races, practicing alongside superior races of more refined sensibilities. Oh, refined sensibilities.
So uncivilized.
Mm. Oh. You look how he knows.
So elementals, a theory that the fairies, et al., were intelligent species. This is where I like this. This brings in. This is all the alchemy stuff. But we're intelligent species distinct from humans and angels. An alchemist. It depends how you want to say his name. Paracelsus. Or is it Pericles as well? Paracelsus apparently. I don't need to zoom out a bit as well. So.
Get out of the gutter, Carol.
Take to the gutter. Ew, elf shot. Those are fighting words.
Pew pew.
So, class gnomes and sylphs as elementals, meaning magical entities who personify a particular force of nature and exert powers over these forces. Very interesting concept, elementals. Yes, especially we live in a very interesting age where the concept of personification is beyond the ancients' wildest dream. So much. Are we still here? Are we still here, guys?
I'm still here.
As far as I know.
You're still here? You like this stuff? We can continue. We can make this a 2-part series.
How much more does it go? We're getting to the end.
We're about halfway. No. We're about halfway. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh wow!
I'd say we're pretty much halfway. I'd say.
It's up to you. I can sit here. I'm not fussed.
All right.
It's interesting.
Well, we've lost everyone. So.
Well, it's pretty late over here.
That's true as well.
We're not in the middle of the day like you guys. It's 4 a.m.
It's 5:23 p.m. It's not in the middle of the day. It's the afternoon.
Well, whatever. You're upside down.
It gets dark early here.
So. Right way up from where I'm standing.
Hey,
you're upside down from where
I'm in space. I'm in space, all right? And I can zip around and orbit all around. There's enough of your arguing, you two. 1 minute you're upside down, the next minute you're upside down, blah, 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 blah.
I'm in a superpositional state of both up and down at the same time.
So am I. Aren't we all?
I'm sideways.
In a magical way.
Jesus Christ, woman, you've gone fucking sideways.
I've gone completely sideways, man. And it's no fault of mine.
So maybe we should consider making this show a bit earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking that a while back actually, because you went from 1 to 2, and we seem to have more people in the clock slot.
Yeah. What do you think, Carol?
It doesn't matter to me, but yeah, maybe a little earlier.
Okay. Noted.
I can do either. I don't care.
All right. So I'm going to continue our part 2 next week on the Fae, on the fairies. Oh shit! We got Ryan Cardinal potentially watching here. He's very quiet lately.
Scree.
Oh. I don't see him here.
Spirit box you for the YouTube applications, he says. So, you may be watching right now. We may not know. But he's very quiet in the chat. Very quiet. Here we go. He is. So let me make this bigger. Okay, we're going to continue with the fairy stuff next week.
Stay tuned next week for fairies to continue.
Yes. For the final of the fairies.
Got a culmination.
Look, there he is.
There we go.
He was.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Robot
Good to see you.
Cardinal.
Good to see you. All right, so where are we going next? To the myths, religions. This has been a very spiritual experience today, guys.
Got some interesting reflections.
Yes, yes. We say we go. I did that one. Artificial intelligence. So I'm going to save. So we don't need any more articles for next week, obviously, because we've got enough there. They are interesting enough. But just when you are doing articles, make sure that when you drop something, make sure that they're on point and count. But I want to, and they have been. Don't get me wrong. It's just giving me a lot of content to filter through to figure out.
Yeah, well, I hadn't normally been
try and
dropping
structure,
but they just popped up.
So I might say that paradox of infinity for another day. But I think I want to go to this metaverse stuff into the matrix. How long is this metaverse article? And then we'll wrap it up for the day.
You only put that there because it's Zuckerberg's metaverse, and I want to keep a close eye on that shit.
So do I, because it's going to become it will define how we understand. A lot of it will come to define, but because the open source community ultimately usually doesn't find a way to get their shit together. But
I've heard too. There's recently a lot of AI specialists have left, like some of the bigger places, and have moved to the fringe. So,
well, that's good. So, all right, made a choice, made a decision. How you doing? How you doing down there, Spoon?
Oh yeah,
there is no spoon. What are you talking about?
I forgot I changed it.
Do a smiley face on it.
I can make that happen. All right.
Or just I'll Photoshop your face on there, Carol.
So here we go.
I'll change it.
Brace yourselves. 3, 2, 1.
Holy shit!
Let's go into the metaverse. Enter the matrix inside. Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Ryan Carter says the open source community. How very hentai if you smoke the alien. Good lord. You do your thing there, Mr. Cardinal.
Be careful not to get lost in the sauce.
Yes. Enter the matrix. Inside the plan to make one US city the physical center of the metaverse that can connect us between worlds.
That's why I chose it, because we were talking about this last week. Like the fact that
yes. So you mean that they are personifying the concept of Nebrynthia Manticore? Is that what you're looking at? Of course, Nebrinth is a fully integrated metaverse city within Artifice Re-Animate. It is the heart of the world as we know. So a bit of a reflection there. Carol doing the Lord's work out there, dropping all the links to everything. Absolute fucking legend.
Links to all the cool kids.
All the cool kids.
Hell yeah. So we've got Artifice there, we've got Kaiser Story, Blood and Stone. We've got Dilla Draws, Eric and Boyd, Lorenzo Sleestack, Slash and McSplitter, and Darius Munchausen. Yes, and of course Carol herself, who is a regular partaker in all of the channels. Legendary stuff. So, Florida. How do you feel about Florida becoming the center of the universe, if you will?
Better than California.
No.
No.
Florida. No.
What a land of Florida.
You're prejudiced because it's alligators, Carol.
No, I'm not. No, it's not because of the alligators. Just change all that part of the country off. Let it float away, along with New Jersey.
I think people say that about California.
Like that's gonna fall off on its own.
We did it with Tasmania.
We need to physically remove Florida energy.
as soon as possible. Hey, Carol, what about all the people? What about all the poor Floridians who are born there innocently? Don't know any better. Who don't realize
No,
they're
sorry.
no. Okay.
They're already dead. They just don't even know. They just won't lay down.
God damn, so much prejudice for your own kind. All right.
Thank you.
So Orlando is working with Unity Technologies.
Florida.
Unity. Now I can't tell. Do you though? Ryan is being savage in the chat today. He's come out. We've caught him out on it. We've caught him out on his presence. We've made him reveal himself. Come forth, Hentai Cardinal. Come forth.
They named it Van Diemen's Land for a reason.
This is true. This is true. Mr. Uncardinal says, I prefer the rural world of the metaverse. Way less assholes out there. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Get out. But yes, is Tasmania the New Jersey of Oz? Yes, as Mandicore said. Van Diemen's Land. So yes, full of all kinds of trap, like incest and crazy shootouts, which took away our rights and our guns. So, but enough of that real world hate. Let's go back to our digital love, shall we? Known for being the home of Disney World and Universal. You ever been to Universal Studios or Disney World, Carol?
I did in Queensland, not here.
Yeah, I've been there.
Sweet. So I'm the only one in this conversation who hasn't. Whatever. That's fair enough.
Well,
Yep.
come on over, we'll all go.
Really?
Field trip.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
You can go to the happiest place on earth and see Rumble in Toontown Part 2.
That's what they call it anyway. So you'd assume that the happiest place on earth would be the perfect. Yeah, but how many locations do we have at Disneyland over there?
It's 2, isn't there? Florida and I don't know where the other one is.
Well, there's Disney World, which is in Florida, and then Disneyland, which is in California.
Right.
Disneyland.
So we've only got one, and that's why the state of Queensland claims that sort of title. So they've got all the things and all the stuff over that way.
Stuff in the
But, yeah. It's the place
The
to be.
Secret Society is in Disneyland.
Secret Society, you say?
Oh,
yeah,
that
they
one.
got some. Yeah, like you have to like present like some weird number and a code or whatever to get in.
What? Got some skull and bone shit inside the fucking.
Sounds like some Illuminati type.
Yeah, I'll look it up and we can do it next time.
All right, cool. So, as I said, known for being the home of Disney World and Universal, the city is no stranger to blending entertainment and tech, making it one of the best places to take on the metaverse. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with what the metaverse is, of course, the term is rapidly changing by the day. But there was a time, it basically, the terminology means a digital construct over a physical, or it's just right now, it's a digital world, tied to blockchain technologies where your entire digital persona can live online. But that's rapidly changing and ultimately, I predicted where that would ultimately go. And I'm sure many science fiction writers in the past have, where there will be physical cities with overlaying of the digital on top of that. But and there will be a seamlessness between the real world and the digital world. And that is ultimately what I believe the metaverse is going to come to represent. Seamlessness between the digital and the real. Orlando, for as long as I can remember, has always been defined as one thing, the Magic Kingdom, says David Adelson, Chief Innovation Officer for the city, told VentureBeat. And so what's interesting is that in the background of all of that, which is great stuff, there has been innovation and technology. For each one of the sectors and the building blocks that make up the metaverse, Orlando has been playing in them for a really long time. Oh shit!
Can I just say, like, look how poxy that graphics is.
Yes, but it's just the foundation. It's proof of concept. You've got to look at it from a perspective of like their mission statement is to get as many users on board as possible. So there has to be a technological. There has to be a tech barrier there. There has to be a low bar of entry to get in. To get into it.
Right. My favorite part of Disneyland is where all the Fenny zombies wander.
I wish you'd.
Oh wait, that's downtown Vancouver.
I wish you'd get on here and be a part of the show one day, Mr. Cardinal. But he says science friction and digital overlays. Oh my! So, like I said, there's a certain bar of entry for the metaverse to get people on board. But once it's the same thing with
prejudice again.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, you just don't like the look of blocky animation and crappy rendered fucking. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
And Mark Zuckerberg.
And Mark Zuckerberg. Yes, of course. Yeah. So what's virtual vision? Apple Metaverse headset release date revealed. Well, there you go. Apple are jumping into the game as well. When was that released? June 24th. Virtual Vision, a secret Apple Metaverse headset release date revealed by insider as tech giant to rival Meta. Couldn't see that coming. Well, they're the ones who are investing billions in it. But
yeah. They're also the ones stealing all your data and selling it to the Chinese.
What do you mean selling it to the Chinese? They're keeping it for themselves. They're building an AI out of it. Yeah, they're like fucking China, catch me if you can.
Ready, set, go!
Yeah, the race for metaverse supremacy is on. Ryan Cardinal says, "Theater of the mind, theater of the mind." That's deep. That's deep. Ryan Carvel says it ain't sucking my peen while I'm jacked in. I don't want it. I don't want
it. That was a good one, Carvel. I thought it was the input. Like,
Lame ass metaverse. All right, so a digital twin of the metro area will be created using 3D technology to map out infrastructure, real estate, talent availability, climate change, and other scenarios.
I wonder if they use LiDAR to do that.
Oh, I just had a really cool fictional concept crop up in my mind. I might not say it out loud because...
Don't do it. Someone will steal it. They're all thieves around here.
All right. That's it. Right, Cardinal. Next Tuesday. And I don't mean that like a... that's it. I'm gonna poke and prod you until you come and join us on the show. I'll be like, no, come on, mister. Come on.
Carol's got the fort ready to go.
Come on. You're part of the bridge, you're part of the crew. Come on. No one here. You two up speed on all of this. It is your destiny. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. Mr. Ryan Connell says, I'll be selling real estate in my metaverse butthole, taking offers now. Then he says, let them fighteroo. Let them fighteroo. He just wants to vision Ryan Connell. He doesn't want to come and be a part of the crew. Doesn't want to be an honorary alien like I know he is, but that's fair enough. One day, because I have faith, one day we shall break down the barriers between us all and live as one. Live as one in the metaverse. In the metaverse. Carol says, Mr. Ryan Connell is deep in the screen tonight. Deep in the screen. Carol has a fork for a profile picture now. She has moved from spooning. She has gradually moved from spooning to forking.
Oh no!
Natural progression of things, I guess. How it usually works.
Running out of pictures.
110.
Here, how about that?
That's not much
Oh,
better.
come on. Are you calling me a hooker? What are you
You
doing?
can do better than that. There we go. That's better.
Mr. Ryan Cardinal says all digital space is infinite, hence the battle of the state. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says 110.
Yeah, I couldn't do it like that. I tried.
I got it.
Well played.
We got Reggie in the chat. We got an architect. Got an architect in the chat. We've got all of our crew here. We have an architect in the chat now too. Mr. Reggie. He says, "Hey yo." Mr. Ron Cardinal says, "Sporkle unite." Hey yo. Hey yo. Right. So I'd be interested to hear what Reggie thinks about the metaverse as well. He's avid gamer, avid tech head. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway, let us continue before we get lost in the void, in the sauce.
Would you like me to bring it back around, Smack?
No, Prime, it's okay. We're enjoying ourselves. We're not enjoying ourselves. What's the freaking point? The point is a battle. No. Fightery. Internal fightery. All right. Sorry, Carol, what are you going to say?
I don't know.
So, it's not just Orlando companies paving the way for the future of the metaverse, but it's our universities, said Mayor Buddy Dyer. From the University of Central Florida to Full Sail University, we are seeing students graduating well-versed in modeling, simulation, and AR and VR. With 550,000 college students within a 100-mile radius of Orlando, there is no comparison in the country when it comes to young talent. Okay, so they're pulling. Okay, I see why their incentive is there, because because these motherfuckers get jobs when they get out of this room. We are training the workforce of the future. Chief Metaverse Officer for Futures Intelligence Group, Kathy Hackle, said the easy access of talent and expertise is what continues to attract multiple tech startups to the area. And that's pretty interesting, man, to go. So we've our neck of the woods is they're looking to make it the space center for the country. But and you know,
yeah, I didn't know that.
Here, yeah, believe it or not, over Edinburgh way. You've got
they had satellites here that we operated when
that's DSTO. Yeah, DSTO. And all I'm saying is if we could be in for the running for metaverse capital of Oz. So
yeah, well, South Australia's just dropped to the 10th most livable city from 3rd, like Adelaide.
Fuck.
Ryan Cardinal says Prime, a room.
Oh my God, Ryan.
Come back. That was too far.
Come back from the screen. Come back. So, from simulation and modeling to game development, world building, and and I love that term, Imagineering. That is a term we throw around in KIFI regularly.
It's like engineering, but with imagination put in there.
Right. That's exactly what it is. What the hell? Carol is now the Skittle Police.
The Skittle Police.
She says that you may not taste the rainbow. You may not taste the rainbow.
I knew she was a narc. You're a goddamn narcotics agent. I knew it.
I think it's just security. It's not actually. All right, cool.
So she's a Skittle rent-a-cop.
Yeah.
What is she now?
Not anymore.
That's Prime's car.
Oh shit! It's Prime's. Yeah.
The primer bill.
Ripping the prime up in here, Carol's cookies.
I found you.
So from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
So Orlando houses not only the talent, but also the business-friendly climate incentives that are needed to develop the metaverse, he said. As the future of the web takes shape, it's clear that the Orlando region is becoming a meta center that will have a huge impact in the short and long-term evolution of the metaverse. So basically, they're putting their chips in seriously putting their chips in Florida to have a genuine go at that. So according to Adelson, it may take between 10 to 15 years for the metaverse to be completed, as he believes a new generation will be able to adapt to the changes that will come along with it. Fuck. Oh.
Ooh, I like that one.
That's paradox in the molecular paradox. It almost makes me want to read this Infinity article as the final of the. How long is it though?
Ryan Cutler.
Nah, it's too.
Digital homeowners.
Homeowners.
Yeah, homeowners.
Oh my lord, I love it. I love it when this guy comes to the chat though. He's got to come on the show. That's the.
I
He must.
challenge you to come on the show.
He must. It is a part of his destiny. You know, he can enjoy himself in the chat if he likes. I'm not. Yeah. Integral part of the crew, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Either way, so just saying, sir. All right. So, what do you think? One more article. One more. A little bit more, or shall we wrap it up? Keep going. You want them more? You can't handle them all.
Yeah, come on, just pass the bowl. I'm good to go. Let's do this.
All right, let's roll. I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'm gonna roll it. We'll go to the 4.5 hour mark. 4.5 hour mark is the cap.
Whatever.
Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, more. All I picture is Ben Solo meme. All right.
I might change my avatar again. Who knows?
Who knows? All right, we're going into the infinite paradox. Then we're wrapping it for the day, for the night, for the evening, whatever.
The morning.
Morning, whatever you may be currently experiencing in your neck of the woods. Let me just start this. Okay. Moa. Something about. I can see the cut and paste job you did on that avatar there, Carol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't work very hard on it.
No?
No.
No. It was self-generating, if you will.
I don't know what you talking about.
All right, let me close down that. 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 Let me save that. Let me just do that. Let me just raise my voice.
Go real high.
Go real high. Moa. All right. Article number. It's actually number 4, but I can include one because whatever. Just whatever. Welcome to the Infinite Paradox. Beautiful imagery. Why the paradoxes of infinity still puzzle us today. Since at least 600 BC, people have been mesmerized by the concept of the infinite.
That almost looks like a self-portrait.
That's cute, bro. That's cute. Thoughts. The infinite mesmerized and confounded human beings through the millennia. The concept of infinity remains a controversial and paradoxical topic today, galvanizing international conferences and heated scholarly disputes. In his book, Probable Impossibilities, do you think in illogical terms like this? Anybody apart from me?
That a contradictory statement?
Right. Well, they sort of are. They're contradictory. They're contradictory abstracts. They are. You think in terms of probabilistic, but absolutely impossible. A probable impossibility. Those sort of things, they tickle my mind. Musings on beginning and ending. Mr. Alan Lightman explores the history of the concept of infinity and how it's been contemplated by thinkers across various disciplines.
You guys okay?
Sure, darling, I'm fine.
Okay.
Spark up a dart.
Excerpted from Probable Improbabilities, Musings on Beginnings and Endings, written by Alan Lightman and published by Vintage Books. The man who knows infinity. In Jorge Luis Borges, the story, The Book of Sand. I hate sand. It's coarse.
Gets everywhere.
Gets everywhere. A mysterious stranger knocks on the door of the narrator and offers to sell him a Bible. He came by in a small village in India. A Bible from India? Absurd. That's one thing we should do. I'm going to write this down purely for the infinite context, but the Indus River civilization. Of course, we can go to the concept of Hinduism. We can have all manner of fun down in the deep dive of that.
Okay.
Do you know much?
No. I know a bit about Hinduism. I like the religion. It's quite interesting. The deities and that.
It's one of the most fascinating religions on the planet. As far as I'm concerned.
As far as religions go, yeah.
Yes.
It's funny too that it literally isn't really common in India anymore either. It's moved. That there's still Hindus in India, but
no, but it's been that's what makes the way that India's gone about it. One of the most fascinating things is that they consolidated all of their religions. They consolidated it under one house, and that they found a way to unite them all. Do you understand how difficult that is? Instead of having break-offs and offshoots, and allowing it to infinitely fragment from one another, they found a way to consolidate it all, it's so complex.
You lose a lot of meaning in when the bits get fractured out, and you keep it all together as one, and it keeps its power. That I think.
The manga anime Jujutsu Kaisen, the most powerful sorcerer of all time, had an ability that would divide the space in half between him and his opponent infinitely. There are many thought experiments based around this concept as well. See that an anecdote like that, Ryan, would be best. You know what I mean? For God's sake, man, get in here.
What?
So, the book. What? Where?
Sorry,
Sorry, what?
I wasn't
Did I miss
listening.
something?
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
To what
Busted.
Ryan just said. Was it?
No.
Whatever, Carol.
I don't.
Whatever.
Yeah, just
Whatever. So offended.
I got your number.
What?
The book shows the wear of many hands. The stranger says that the illiterate peasant who gave him the book called it the Book of Sand, because neither sand nor this book has a beginning or an end. So we're talking, obviously, talking in metaphors of the sands of time. But I may be wrong. So opening, but that's the beauty of it. Interpretation is a profound element of the infinite to me. Ryan says he's just throwing threes from half court over here. So, opening the volume, the narrator finds that its pages are rumpled and badly set, with an unpredictable Arabic numeral in the upper corner of each page. The stranger suggests that the narrator try to find the first page. It is impossible. Never ending story.
Yeah. Or that stupid song that was on Lamb Chop.
This is the song that
I wish the sun would fucking end.
Ryan Cannon has gone off on a tangent. He has taken the ball and he seems to be shooting for the opposite end of the court now, scoring for the. He says, "Illiterate peasant, Dad, I found you. You got them cigarettes finally, Papa?" Carol says, "Scree in a dunk." 77th floor in a plummet.
I forgot my parachute.
Oh. Back to the serious. No matter how close to the beginning he explores, several pages always remain between the cover and his hand. It was as though they grew from the very book.
The fuck?
The fuck? Just like the concept of the sorcerer of all time having the ability to divide space in half between himself and his opponent infinitely. Just like when I think of that, come on. What's his name?
That guy.
Yeah, you know him.
The one who did the thing
with the face.
Yeah.
You know, with the arrow.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, someone will get it. Just from what I've said, I'm having a brain fart. So also a property of the paradox. So, what's his fucking? Come on.
What was it from? Right.
No. It's a thought experiment where it's the same conceptual idea, which is actually a good metaphor for the infinite itself. Where, oh come on, brain, come on, we can do this.
I've probably seen it, but I've not. You probably sent it to me.
Zeno's arrow.
Let's fly.
All you know what I mean? That to describe that you can describe the infinite paradox in an infinite amount of ways. But it's very telling to it. You get to know an individual by. Kobe. Oh, come on, man. Like Kobe beef or
Nope.
what? Brian Connor says Black Mamba, Shadow Snake, coincidence? I think not. Nice connection. We is looping. All of us. Yes, absolutely. Ryan says the Berenstain Bears. It's got to be the Berenstain Bears. Now we've gone to yes, that's right. That's right. We know it. We know it. We know what the infinite. We know the infinite. And we know it. So the stranger then asks the narrator to find the end of the book. Again, he fails. It can't be, says the narrator. It can't be. But it is, says the Bible peddler. I wrote something interesting recently. Anyway, you know, we all know what we're talking about. Let's just keep reading on. The number of pages in this book is literally infinite. Of course, if you've also heard of the infinite hotel paradox, same principles, same philosophy, same concepts. No page is the first page, and no page is the last. The stranger pauses and reflects. If space is infinite, we are anywhere at any point in space. If time is infinite, we are at any point in time, are we not? Note to the observant reader, we cannot be at any point in time. Life can only exist during a relatively short period of cosmic history, as discussed in the last chapter. Yes, but you're not, Marty, you're not thinking fourth dimensionally. You're not thinking in the essence of... Oh, geez, you're not thinking in the essence of the spirit of the organism, of the collective organism, which you are just like an arm on the, you know, a cosmic appendage. Anyway, thoughts of the infinite have mesmerized and confounded human beings throughout the millennia. For mathematicians, infinity is an intellectual playground where an endless string of fractions can add up to one. That's when you see it from math makes, to me, you know, that's why I do, but don't get me wrong, you know, I love math, but the way it paints the picture is so mundane. That's what's so frustrating about math to me.
It's how they frame it too. Like, especially it's cool.
It doesn't. It's cold and calculated mathematics instead of painting. There's no elegant. Oh, there is. Don't get me wrong. I can't even describe it. What it feels as opposed to portraying it in certain fictional context. That's why I chose. That's why I chose the realm that I did, because portraying it as art as opposed to portraying it as in its mathematical form is far more gratifying for me. It's far more fulfilling to me. For astronomers, let's just check the chat for a second.
You reach more people that way too with fiction than you do with.
Ryan Cardinal adding to the paradox here by saying, "Oh baby, you putting the fine in infinite. How's about you come waste some time with me forever?" XOXO, Nobuku, hashtag Black Snake. Carol then says, "Math feels like it's a lot of cold, sharp, pointy edges. Damn, he's stinging me now." That's true. That's true.
Well, it's kind of like a fork.
To me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a spoon, depending on your.
But I'm not neither one of those now.
I see you played Forky Spoony before.
I see you've played.
Knife Monopoly.
Knife Monopoly. Holy shit!
5-finger fillet.
Yeah. It's the same rules as regular Monopoly. Just everybody gets a knife.
Yeah, that wouldn't go well in my household.
No. Wait a minute. What were we talking about the other day with context of Monopoly and context of something else? Think about it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
So, For mathematicians, infinity is an intellectual playground, where an endless string of fractions can add up to 1, paradox in itself. For astronomers, the question is whether outer space goes on and on and on ad infinitum. And if it does, as cosmologists now believe, unsettling consequences abound. That's the beauty of the point analogy as opposed to the infinite analogy, the nothingness as opposed to the everything. Are they just the same abstract concept wrapped up in different interpretive language? That is for one to decide for themselves, or for the all to decide for themselves. One could get lost in this madness of being the narrator and the character in the story all wrapped in one.
Shut up and keep reading the article, Smirk.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, do you want to pass go? Or I'll keep your stabby to yourself.
Go straight to jail.
Yeah. No properties for you.
Yeah. Do not pick up $200.
Do not fast go. Do not collect $200.
Go straight to jail. Whoa.
All right. So there it is. There's this taste of the infinite. And if it does, as cosmologists now believe, unsettling consequences abound. For one, there should be an infinite number of copies of each of us somewhere out there in the cosmos. Because even a situation of minuscule probability, like the creation of a particular individual's exact arrangement of atoms, when multiplied by an infinite number of trials, repeats itself an infinite number of times. Infinity multiplied by any number except 0 equals infinity. That is elegant. So, but then we get down to the properties of we get down to conducting the experimentation of the infinite. When you get talking like that's why there's such a headbutt between between the quantum realm and the classical realm. It's like it's like putting nothing and something up against each other, and no, it's a bad analogy. Bad analogy. Anyway, I'll get back into it. Measurements of infinity are impossible, or at least impossible according to the usual notion of size. If you cut infinity in half, each half is still infinite. Now, most people can't wrap their head around the abstract concept of infinity. That's where we have a problem. We look at infinity like it's finite. We see that it has that we think that it has a beginning and an end where it starts and it finishes, but no. But that's so hard to conceive such a radical concept in your mind that it goes on like that. Then it goes on forever. So here comes the Infinite Hotel paradox. I had a feeling that they would play out like that. So let us go into the thought experiment of the Infinite Hotel. If a weary traveler arrives at a fully occupied hotel of infinite size, no problem. You simply just move the guest in room 1 into room 2, the guest in room 2 into room 3, and so on ad infinitum. But in the process, you've accommodated all the people, all of the previous guests, and freed up room 1 for the new arrival. There's always a room at the Infinity Hotel. We can play games with infinity, but we cannot visualize infinity. But we can. You can visualize a lower dimensional abstraction of infinity where you can just conceivably perceive a structure that goes on forever, like to potentially loop back on itself. It's conceivable, it's perceivable, but to be in a realm where you can have tangibility for the concept of infinity, impossible. By contrast, we can visualize flying horses. We've seen horses and we've seen birds, so we can mentally implant wings on a horse and send it aloft. Not so much with infinity. The unvisualizability of infinity is part of its mystique. My goal in Monopoly is to get one of every property and keep it. To never sell, to upgrade, and drag that shit out for it. Very good, right? Very good. Carol's Cookie says, I love you times infinity. I win the end. That's how it works, right? That's how it works.
Yep.
What's the as you wish? Is that somewhere along the lines?
Yes.
Yeah. That's Carol says that's how I play Cardinal. That's why we had to introduce weapons. God. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, "Welcome to the Infinite Hotel, California." Mm-hmm. Now Mr. Ryan Cardinal is in the land of Oz, and you were there. And you were there?
You?
And me?
I think you better tap his heels together and say, "There's no place like home, sweet time."
Just don't say there's no place like home. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Remember the M. Remember the M. Remember the M theory. All right. So, where are we? The first recorded concept of infinity seems to have occurred around 600 BC and was attributed to the Greek philosopher Anaximander, who used the word apeiron, meaning unbounded or limitless. For Anaximander, it's a cool name. Anaximander. The earth and the heavens are all material things were caused by the infinite. Although infinity itself was not a material substance, other ancient Greek philosophers have held that infinity was a negative, even an evil. I love that. When you start thinking of these abstract concepts of, when you start abstracting the manifestation of what the infinite and the antithesis of what they represent, you start getting dualities between good and evil. You ultimately create these constructs that they're cool emergent constructs of the beginning and the end. So, because the inability to measure a thing was considered a shortcoming of the thing, that's cool. It's like, damn you, pesky infinity. You're always thwarting me. So, with the exception, so about the same time as Anaximander, the Chinese employed the word wuxi, meaning boundless, and wuxiong, meaning endless, and believed that the infinite was very close to the nothingness. Now that I love speaking of the nothingness, there I go off into the nothingness right there, but go into the void of my own mind for a second and try to pull something out of the nothingness, if you will. So about the same time, yes. So Pascal's idea, sorry, is that where we were? Believed that infinite was very close to nothingness. An interesting perspective on Pascal's idea discussed in between nothingness and infinity is us. In Chinese thought, being and non-being, like yin and yang, are in harmony with each other. Thus, the kinship of infinity and nothingness, the magic of the dance between order and chaos. A few centuries later, Aristotle argued that infinity does not actually exist. He conceded something he called potential infinity. So, I won't get started on the musings of on the ancient Greek musings of concept of infinity, but so such as whole numbers, right? Because this is where I get when you start getting into the math of it, the conceivable reality as opposed to the measuring of the actuality of reality, become quite intangible, become quite paradoxical in nature in themselves. That's so if there's a tell, there's always been a tell there to me that there's something profound about the world about the universe of mathematics and how it relates to the it's like mathematics is the metaverse as opposed to the reality that we that we experience, or vice versa. So for any number, you can always create a bigger number by adding 1 to it. This process can continue as long as your stamina holds out. So try counting to infinity, I dare you. But you can never get to infinity. Fuck that, you say? Mr. Ricardo. Caught him lurking in the chat, comes out and shows his face. Fucking love it. So, damn. I know it. I miss you most of all, Scarecrow. Fuck the other goofs. Well, no, don't. I could dive into the realm of Scree there, but I won't. Dumbass lion, stupid tin man. If I only had a brain. Only you had the brains to bring a goddamn gun, Scarecrow. you motherfucking G. Rather die with Scarecrow. Script. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom. And here we have the epic Ryan Cardinal.
Boom, boom,
boom. He quickly flips to the donut analogy, to the flips it in some whole numbers. Whole numbers. Is there anything they can't do? Oh, right, like whole numbers here. No. Yeah, I got it. All right. So, a few centuries later, Aristotle, he conceded something called potential infinity, such as whole numbers. For any number, you can always create a bigger number by adding onto it. This process can continue as long as your stamina holds out, but you can never go to infinity. Indeed, one of the many intriguing properties of infinity is that you can't get from there from here. But not to be mistaken with you can't get from there to here. You can't get there from here, which is pretty cool. Like we're always out of the reach of the separate infinity, always. So infinity is not simply more and more of the finite. No. It seems to be a completely different in nature. That's what we get. That's the inconceivable aspect of it. Is that that's where we lose ourselves in the finite. We lose the concept. We lose the dimensional aspect of it in the finite. So infinity is not simply more and more of the finite. It appears to be a completely different nature, although pieces of it may appear finite, like large numbers or like large volumes of space. Infinity is a thing unto itself. It is a dimension unto itself. So all we see and experience has no limits, boundaries, tangibilities. Not so with infinity. For similar reasons, St. Augustine, Spinoza, and other theological thinkers have associated infinity with God. Now, I think I associate infinity with higher aspect of self, with higher aspect of cosmos, but even higher than infinity itself, are other layers of infinity that ultimately come to conjure up this concept of what I like to perceive as the cosmic all, that the cosmic infinite, the cosmic, the thing, the inconceivable, the part outside of the point, the place where your mind cannot go because it is incomprehensible. It's outside of the thing. God, the ultimate power of God, the unlimited knowledge of God, the unboundness of God, and even as I'm saying the word God and it's diluting the concept even further, like more and more when I wrap it up, because you'll conceive it as Sky Daddy in the clouds. Like, no, it's far more cosmic. God is everywhere and in all things, insomuch as he is boundless and infinite, said Saint Thomas Aquinas. You excellent terminology, excellent modern day terminology usage there as well, Mr. Cardinal. Mr. Ryan Cardinal says, infinity is like when you're banging and you got whiskey dick and there ain't no way in hell you're going to finna bust a nut. You know what I'm saying?
Happens to the best of us, Ryan Cardinal. It's okay.
You bring out the best in me, Ryan Cardinal. You bring out the best in me. That's not what I meant. So, Spinoza and other theological thinkers have associated infinity with God. Sorry, we went there. Beyond the religious sphere of the immaterial world, physicists believe that there may be infinite things in the material world as well. Can you conceive that concept? Can you conceive that somewhere condensed within the finite could be infinite copies of the infinite?
Yeah.
Al?
Yeah.
Not high enough.
Not high enough, man.
I don't think you can get that high.
No.
Pack the digiball for me, Carol. We're going in.
Oh, okay.
It's a dang God burrito paradox all over again. So here we go as well. But this belief, so beyond the religious sphere of the material world, physicists believe that you may be infinite things in the material world as well. But this belief can never be proven. Of course, it's paradoxical in nature itself to attempt to would tear apart the fundamentalities of reality, or something along those lines, just to make it gratifying, just to make it alarming. So you can't get there from here. Most of us have our first glimmerings of infinity as children when we look up at the night sky for the first time. Well, I mean, just because the concept is perceived to just go on and on and on and on forever. But it's a nice concept. Or when we go out to sea. Here we go. You ready to jump in the ocean? Out of sight of land. No. Come on. Come for a swim. Come on, come for a swim.
Put your floaties on and jump in, goddammit.
It's not like we're skinny dipping out here. Come on. So there's eels. Eels with
Freaking eels are gonna get me.
He not. It's all right.
I need to be at the
So
top.
and need a what?
What? The cliffs of insanity. Is that what we're
There we
jumping
go.
up?
We're climbing up right now.
Oh, we're climbing up. You sure?
Yeah.
You
Descending.
said we was diving.
As above, so below. We're in space, but we're in the water at the same time. It's all part of the infinite. Grasp it.
Okay.
Try to hold on to it. It'll slip through your fingers.
It's all slimy.
Dude, I got fucking cilantro on my pork roll the other day. It was fucking beautiful. Ryan Carter says, "Puto God." Then he says, "Hey God, can you put some hot sauce on my burrito, baby? It's so hot that you can't eat it." I can. I also got some. What else I get on my pork roll? What's that mild Mexican sauce? Come on. Huh?
No idea.
No.
Not
No. What is it?
Coriander. That shit tastes like crap.
That's cilantro, dude. That's cilantro.
Coriander.
Yeah, that's what they call coriander. Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful infinity. Infinity's great. No, but it doesn't when you have it in the right, in the right way.
Okay.
Mr. Rankanda says, "Ooh, pork roll." You say, "I do." It was fantastic. That's exactly the place. Reggie. That's where I went. And I've been going there for quite some time. They make a bomb bun me. Mm-hmm.
The place across the road from my place closed down. I'm peeking.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a story for another day. What's it called? Sriracha.
Sriracha, that's it.
Sriracha on my bun me. Very good, Manticore. Very good. So, let us go back. Let us pray to the mathematical gods of infinity for a moment, if you will. We're about to enter into the Twilight Zone.
Again?
Oh yes, again, and again, and again, into infinity.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, Morty. 10 minutes in and out. Fine. We're good. You can't get from that. Is that where I was? So beyond the is that where I was? So much is boundless and infinite.
It did that twice, I think.
Spinoza, the other theological thinkers have associated infinity with God. Yep. So in so much it is boundless and infinite. Beyond the religious sphere of the immaterial world, physicists believe that there may be infinite things in the material world as well. But this belief can never be proven. You can't get from there from here. It's like I'm having deja vu, you know? Most of us have our first, I see we're going in the ocean again. Most of us have our first glimmerings of infinity as children when we look up at the night sky for the first time, or when we go out to sea, out of sight of land, and gaze upon the ocean extending on and on and on until it meets the horizon. Such deep. Chef kiss. But these are only glimmerings. They are glimpses of the infinite. Glimpses, like seeing the ocean meet the horizon. It's like when you say that and when you go to that place for a moment and you're caught in between it and you're there and you're here and you're here and you're there at the same time. There's the infinite. But these are only glimmerings, like counting to a few thousand in Aristotle's potential infinity. We're overwhelmed, but we haven't come close to grasping the absolute of infinite, the inabsolute of infinite. The concept of infinity remains a controversial and paradoxical topic today, galvanizing international conferences and heated scholarly debates. Can physical forces ever be infinite in strength? Is that possible? Can physical space extend beyond galaxy after galaxy without limit? Depending on the nature of time, I suppose. Depending on the division of, depending on how pissy dark energy is on the day. Oh, guess she didn't like my dark energy joke. Whatever. There is an infinity between the infinity of the whole numbers and the infinity of all numbers. In May 2013. A panel of scientists and mathematicians gathered in New York City to discuss the profound conundrums surrounding infinity. William Hugh Wooden. Let's just totally eradicate the concept of wood, shall we? A mathematician at the University of California, Berkeley, put it this way. It's kind of like mathematics lives on a stable island. Yes, like a Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse island. We've built a solid foundation. Magical proceeds to cringe. We've built a solid foundation. Then there's the wild land out there. That's what the wild land. Why don't you just make it the ocean? Why don't you just say it's a fucking ocean?
West, God damn it!
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's infinity. Oh, that's infinity. Infinity is not real, but it's real at the same time.
Wrap your head around that. I dare you.
Triple dog
I haven't had their iced coffee yet. I've been tempted. They got the meal deal with the 2 dim sums and the yeah, I haven't got the iced coffee yet. I just usually get the meal deal. It's like $11 fucking. Yeah, but they're like 60-50 for a fucking roll. Like, oh my god, man, I can't stay away. Carlos Cookie says, "Do you realize that when you talk about your local shops, you sound like you're speaking in tongues?" Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay.
Of course, they don't actually serve tongue there. It's either chicken or pork. Yeah. Reggie says, yeah, but there's no other way to explain it. It's like the concept of infinity. It's your infinity versus my infinity, and sometimes we correlate with our infinities, and we're away. We're into the void, skipping into the void. There it.
I need that Szechuan sauce. Damn it!
I need the Szechuan sauce, Morty.
Morty,
come on, Morty. With the fucking Szechuan sauce. All right. Oh, Reggie says I might have to go in. They're not that cheap on Uber Eats. They are, $6.50. Bam. They open at 9 o'clock in the morning. Get on that shit.
Ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I was buying stuff through there until I worked out how much it cost you extra. Crap.
Carol says, speak more American. Oh my god.
Sorry.
Sometimes we all talk in tongues, you know.
Yes, Smirk, we do. But those who can understand were meant to understand.
It's profound, Prime. That's profound, Prime. Profound.
Profound.
The profound. So we're at the 4.5 hour mark. What do you say we are? Reggie, just one more thing. Yeah, Reggie says, "I wish we had Taco Bell. I would never leave." Yeah, I'm in that boat too, bro. I'm in that boat too.
I like food.
Yeah. Well, we got that Zambara something in Elizabeth. Hit that place up. Yeah. Is it? No, it's not.
Yeah, Zambreros. Yeah, it's a Mexican place.
Yeah.
We've got heaps in here. There's about 5 of them.
Expensive as fuck, but they make good Mexican food. So.
Yeah,
it is. It's all right.
If you want
to get the chicken
Mexican, go to Melbourne Street, man. It's best.
Oh yeah, right. I'll catch an Uber there, though. Yeah. All right. That's enough of that infinity for one day.
Just fucking fly the spaceship there.
Calculating. Launching.
Oh shit! Get ready. Hold in. We're hitting light speed. It's time for us to get out of here to stray off into the cosmic infinite until we arrive again on next Tuesday. Not that. See you next Tuesday. That's not what I mean. It's not what I mean. All right. Links in the description below for anybody out there watching, rewatching in the infinite. Come on over to the Discord. Check out Artifice Re-Animate. Check out all the fine projects in the works from all the good people who join us and are part of our crew, or our homies. Spin Reel. Try to make it more entertaining. We'll try to. I reckon next Tuesday/Monday we will attempt to do things a little bit earlier, and I'll begin pulling back the time frame towards a more suitable. Towards something more suitable for the global community that we are creating. We are creating. But until then, we'll see you guys over in the Discord. It's been real. I love what we do here. I love hanging out with you guys. Even though we pull small numbers, but it's worth it. It's fun laying the foundation for this stuff. Mr. Unkind and Reggie, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it very much. Manticore and Chaos Cookies, thank you so much for joining me today and being regular members of the panel.
I had fun.
Awesome. Any final words, Manticore? Cool. No worries. All right. And right in your global hole, says Mr. Uncarnal. All right, y'all. We're out of here. I'll see you in the Discord. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Bye.
Peace out.